Welcome all. Madam City Attorney, do you have anything to report out for closed session?
Mr. Mayor, maybe we'll take the roll call real quick and then I'll report out.
Okay.
If that's okay.
Councilmember Kemp. Here. Councilmember Renagi.
Here.
Councilmember Whalen.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Jones.
Here.
Mayor Orgill.
Here. Now, would you like to? Oh. Yeah, I want the report. Councilmember Kemp, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Say that again.
Mr. Mayor, would you like my much anticipated report?
Please.
The city council convened in closed session pursuant to the 3 items listed on the agenda. There was no public comment in advance of closed session and no reportable action was taken on any of those items.
Thank you. Let me see that. Any additions or deletions?
We have the, on the consent calendar, or the item on about VCA, do we have an amended version in front of you? Okay, just when we're ready to adopt that, we'll just make that comment. Thanks.
I don't know what I did with it. Okay, no presentation, public comments. You got your next one. Oh, right here. Okay. Public comments for a non-agendized item.
Is this public comment time?
Yeah.
Thank you. Mike Bean and Laguna Bluebelt Coalition. Please load Jordan Manning's 2.5-minute video. Thank you.
Let's talk about diving in Laguna Beach. Did you know that every 10 years, we have to go before the Fish and Wildlife and ask permission to protect our own marine life? And what you're looking at is one of the most biodiverse marine ecosystems in the world. Towering kelp forests, harbor seals, leopard sharks, kelp bass, and Garibaldi threading through the canopy. This exists because Laguna Beach is a marine protected area, specifically a state marine reserve. This means no take, no fishing, no spearfishing, and no lobster harvesting. Not because any of those things are bad, but because ecosystems need space. And when you give the ocean space, it responds with abundance. Fish grow larger, species return, the food web stabilizes, and the kelp thickens. This forest isn't just fragile, it's also resilient. One of the biggest arguments to roll these protections back is sustainability. That fishing here is necessary, that extraction is balanced, but the reality is very different. Very few people spearfishing in South Orange County are doing it to feed their families. This isn't subsistence fishing. This is recreational extraction. And here's one of the most insane facts that I just found out recently. Most of the lobster taken during lobster season doesn't even stay local. 90 to 95% of it is shipped to places like China. So let's be honest about the conversation. This isn't about survival, it's about access. And access should never outweigh preservation, especially in a place this rare. The Laguna Beach Bluebelt is currently working to extend the marine protected area in Laguna Beach. There's an active petition and we need the Laguna Beach City Council to stand with the community. If you're wondering how you can help, please go to lagunabluebelt.org and sign the petition today to extend our MPAs. Because creating more MPAs means protecting what we love most, which is the ocean.
Thank you, Jordan, for that. We currently have over 2,100 signatures on the petition to protect the south end of Laguna Beach and protect Laguna's last mile. And this is a great opportunity for us to protect all of our sea life. Now, some people feel that we eat seafood, so we should take fish out of the ocean here. But we eat meat, and we don't take deer and rabbits out of the greenbelt. So sustainability has shown to be not possible. Thank you.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for your support.
Thank you. Other public comments?
Good evening, council members, mayor, city manager. I wasn't aware that that was going to be played. To clarify, that guy also posts tons of videos online playing with sea lions and stuff. So, you know, that guy should check his account as well. I know there's a lot of people who are upset about what he's been posting. Good evening. So I appreciate everyone. Last Friday, it was really nice to see that you guys had the strategic planning session, and there were a lot of things on that agenda that are on the agenda tonight. And feels like every week there's something new. You know, one council member said, if we tackle a few of the key items, then everything else will fall into place. And I completely agree with that. The state housing mandate is a major concern that the city needs to be focused on and should be the #1 priority. You know, we've been assigned 394 housing units, including 277 affordable. That was mentioned in your guys' report in June of 2024 that's currently listed on your website. And after several years, have we made any progress? Some-ish, I don't know, like nothing has actually been built yet. We have projects in motion, like the church site, which has been downsized significantly, but that should be a warning. You know, there's going to be a lot of pushback all around town. You know, the Community Land Trust recently purchased the Canyon properties. Can we count those? You know, what's the plan? Are we going to redevelop it? You know, that's, you know, under 100 units that are even really proposed right now. And do we have more things in the pipeline? You know, we don't know. It doesn't look like it. And that's why it should be the city's #1 focus right now. We clearly need to decide how and where we're going to meet that obligation, because everything else remains unsettled. That should be the #1 priority because of the amount of footprint that it takes in the city. You know, we have all these other projects going on. We've got infrastructure and public safety needs like the fire station 1 and 4, St. Catharines, that potential development or use. You know, the hospital, is it closing or not? Is there land available to use there? You know, the Canyon housing and that land trust acquisition, like I mentioned, Forest Avenue promenades happening, the downtown parking constraints and potential new parking structures, the many lawsuits that the city's facing, reducing the city staffing, associated budget constraints, potential to raise sales tax, the pump track. What if the pump track goes in St. Catharines and then we have to tear that down to build more housing? You know, the emergency evacuation and wildlife planning, Visit Laguna reorganization and implementation, the 100-year celebration of Laguna. I'm sure I'm forgetting other things. And let's not mention, you know, the rushing of adding to become a charter city. How much is that going to cost? How long is that going to take? I'm sure we'll discuss that later this evening. All of these issues are interconnected, and none of them should be decided in isolation. And that's why that downtown specific plan was really concerning. You know, dramatically changing downtown should be a last resort or not even an option at all. And it feels like the draft was so broad, it almost sets us up for a future where it will get scaled down from this massive, you know, initial proposal down to something that we settled. But was that by design? You know, it sounds like we're throwing stuff on the ceiling, seeing what sticks, what, you know, residents will approve. But the whole time they wanted that smaller scaled down event. So, you know, I really, our residents request that we slow down and we sequence these things correctly and be transparent throughout that process. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public speakers?
Good afternoon. My name is Peter Sachs, and 30 years ago, I was teaching physics up the street at the high school when you were still the artists. And that's how I found out about the Patriots Day Parade. I was already doing Civil War reenactments at the time, and I thought my Old West group might be interested in participating, and that's how we got involved. Our group already had its own safety rules, which I shared with the then chief of police, and between the two of us, we came up with a list. In no particular order. One, no guns while walking around town. If you're shopping, if you're eating lunch, everything stays locked up in the cars. You can only carry guns if you're walking to or from the parade route. We never point the guns at an audience member or even at each other. We don't shoot near little kids or dogs. When we're not shooting, handguns are always holstered, long guns are always pointed toward the ground. Every blank must be accounted for. If you're issued 25 rounds, you have to turn in 25 rounds, whether they're being used or not. In the almost 30 years, except for COVID and rain, in the almost 30 years we've been doing this parade, we have never lost a single blank. And we have shot literally thousands in these parades. We've never lost a single one. We've got an exemplary safety record. Our group has enjoyed a good relationship with the city because of communication, and I'm here to continue that. Sorry, I don't have a video. Then last year, without discussion, we were banned from firing after 30 years. Of course, we complied because we agreed to. But this caused several disappointed spectators to ask, where's the bang bang? We said, we can't do that this year. No one expressed gratitude for the change. We only had people who were not happy with the change. The options aren't binary. We can shoot louder or quieter blanks. Some that are no louder than a cap gun. We can shoot fewer blanks. We can shoot only in designated areas along the parade route. So there are alternatives. With our current roster, every man in our group, including myself, has served in the military. We're proud to be part of this parade. We're proud to commemorate those who came before us and to literally salute the parade honorees. On a personal note, it's rewarding to see some of my former students who are still here, married with kids of their own, who gleefully greet me as they enjoy the parade that they've attended all their lives. So it's satisfying for an old man. Our celebratory noise-making isn't intrinsically different from 4th of July firecrackers or skyrockets, which are a whole lot louder than anything we do. On behalf of my group and your residents, I'm requesting the group reconsider the blanket prohibition and consider some of the alternatives. They have my home address, my phone number, my email address. I remain available if you have questions or comments or concerns, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you, the council. Thank you very much for this. I'm here to talk about Michael the Greeter. Michael's been in town for about 16 years, and he's been a greeter for almost all of that 16 years. And he's been homeless, and he's never once panhandled or asked for a dime from anyone. He just entertains us. After a long day, if you happen to work in LA or something and you're driving into town, there's nothing better, nothing cooler than seeing Michael waving and entertaining you, dancing. There's this wonderful family that is utilizing a portion of their property to build Michael an ADU. They're doing it mostly on their dime, but they have set up a GoFundMe page to help with some of the costs. I don't think that there's a better face. If I'm the voice of Laguna, Michael is certainly the face of Laguna. And I don't think that there's a better representative of what this town is and how cool we could be with each other. In a time right now where there's so much division everywhere, Michael's kind of a unifying force here. I think we can all agree that he's a great guy, never a negative word about anybody. So there's a website called A Home for the Greeter. And you can go to homeforthegreeter.com. You can donate that way. You can go to the GoFundMe page. I'll leave a copy of this over here by the sign-in sheet. So I just wanted the community to know that Michael the Greeter is pretty cool.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Next speaker, please.
With Larry Zeman's presentation up.
Good evening, Larry Zeman here. We've been appearing before about view blockage from our homes on Los Robles from city trees, the eucalyptus at the Guarneri parking lot. I do have some updates and a PowerPoint to show you today that I think will be some new information. The first image there is from 2020. And we can call that my baseline view. That's the last time the city trimmed those Guarneri eucalyptus to preserve my views. And I did a record of view with the city for that. That was my view since 1994, with the help of Public Works and two prior city arborists that helped me and preserved those views and did the trimming. Those trees are on a 2-year trim cycle. 2 years later, 2022, the city hired its present city arborist, whose stated intent is not to trim trees to preserve views. And that's contrary to the downtown specific plan. Next photo, please. I took that picture last week of the same area. And you can see that it's a complete blockage compared to the view that I had before. And that's the result of 6 years of the city not trimming those trees to preserve my views as they had in the 20+ years that I had lived there before. Next picture, please. That's the side-by-side where one could see clearly the view blockage over that period of time. Next image, please. Some of our other neighbors are affected as well by the growth of the Glenary eucalyptus, and they're not being trimmed. This is my neighbor right around the corner from me, backing up to my house on El Camino del Mar. As you can see, her view of Main Beach is obscured by those same Glenary eucalyptus trees. There will be other neighbors who, for whatever reason, feel uncomfortable coming here and speaking publicly, or perhaps they're out of town. There's been some talk about having the same rules for city trees as private trees blocking views, or to rotate trees to perhaps a better species. We are here to help. We want to get involved to move the process along. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tim Templeton. I'm a resident of Top of the World, former member of the Emergency Disaster Preparedness Committee, and before that, former head of the long-forgotten TechCom Committee. We've done a lot over the last 20 years to make the city safe from fire. We hired an emergency services coordinator. We're working now, and I saw an agenda item tonight is for an emergency operations center. We put in a water fueling station in the canyon, which was very important, putting out the fire on the 4th of July. We put speakers up to warn people. We've done a lot. The city's done a really good job, and I don't know if people appreciate that. Residents have also done a lot. We've got a local community emergency response training team, and I'm happy to announce that Top of the World has just become the latest Firewise community in Laguna Beach. We are now the largest community in the city, and residents can now get from 5 to 15% off on their home insurance in Top of the World if you have Mercury, even the Fair Plan, and some other insurance carriers as well. So there's a lot to be done still, though. One of the areas I'm quite concerned with is telecommunications. This has been something I've been working on for years. I bug Dave every time I see him about telecom. He tells me to get with Gavin. I call Gavin. I bug him every chance I get. Sue and I work together to try to work with community development. Alex tried. Mark, when you were campaigning, you came to my house and I talked to you for 15 minutes about how important cellular communications was and all the downfalls for not having good communications, and nothing has happened. Bob, we were on the committee together for 10 years. You got tired of hearing me talk about how bad our cell phone coverage is. Hallie, nice to meet you. Haven't had a chance to work with you yet. But I tried to talk with Dave Contreras with community development with some ideas I had for how to prioritize cell coverage and try to move things forward. One of the ideas I had is that let's prioritize all the cell projects. Let's make it critical infrastructure. Let's put them in a database so that they're all in one place instead of everybody in community development having to say, well, he's doing this, I'm doing this. And another thing is go into all the projects that were rejected and contact the project managers and say, hey, guess what? Laguna has a different attitude now. We see this as an important, critical step to making our community safe. Let's revisit some of these projects. And also, if there is a cell project in progress, please don't just wait for the carrier to get back to you. They have no incentive. It's not like a restaurant that has to get open. Let's reach out back to them and let's be proactive. Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations on some of your accomplishments.
Good evening, Rich Plavitich here to follow up on the tree story. In the city council meetings over the past 7 months, including study sessions on July 22nd and October 28th of last year, there have been discussions among the council of wanting to recalibrate the city policy on city-owned trees. However, we have not seen follow-up to date, particularly with the city arborist, who seems to be focused on preserving trees at all costs without regards to view or safety impacts. We know all of you have a lot on your plate these days. We're conscious of spending too much of your time discussing this issue at the meetings, but at the same time, we're not seeing much in the way of progress to resolve our concerns. Could you please provide us some guidance as to, one, whether the city is working towards solutions to our view issues with the city-owned trees? Two, the next city steps and timeframe in the process. And lastly, what else can we do to make progress or support a common sense solution? As mentioned when we addressed the council a month ago in early January, the Laguna Downtown Specific Plan requires the city's protection of private views blocked by city trees. Please work with us to achieve the goals of this plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. Hi, everyone. I'm Carrie Torino. I'm here representing the 50 homes across the street from the Montage, and we are affected by eucalyptus trees as well. And I was just coming to see if we could get an update soon. I know you have a lot of priorities, but just a reminder and a plea for we can help you too. We're happy to do some legwork. So appreciate everything.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I always save the best for last. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, and city staff. I've been a volunteer at the Laguna Beach Animal Shelter since 2011. I'm here tonight speaking from the perspective of someone who cares deeply about our shelter, the animals it serves, and the public trust that supports it. I want to begin by acknowledging the council's direction at your January 30th strategic planning session. I understand that the council chose to wait for the results of the animal shelter organizational assessment before considering whether to form an oversight committee for the shelter's donation funds. I appreciate the intent behind the decision and the desire to act thoughtfully and deliberately. However, I want to respectfully raise an important concern about that approach. The organizational assessment, I did not believe would address the appropriate expenditure of donated funds. Now, I did sit through a meeting with the consultant today, and they do appear to be looking into that. So I do respect that. But you need to understand that that very assessment is being paid for by those donation funds. The assessment won't resolve the central issue of how those funds are spent, how they're governed, how they're safeguarded or prioritized over time. So meanwhile, the reality is donation funds continue to be spent today without any formal guidelines, policies, or oversight framework by the City Council. That creates an ongoing gap, one that exists regardless of the assessment's findings. This is not a criticism of staff, and it's not an accusation of misuse. It's a governance issue. Donation funds, especially those given by the public with the expectation that they directly benefit animal care and shelter operations, deserve clear guardrails, transparency, and accountability. Waiting for the assessment does not stop the spending of those funds. It simply delays the establishment of any agreed-upon rules for how they should be used. For that reason, I respectfully recommend a practical interim step. Direct staff to draft a memorandum of understanding for City Council consideration that clearly defines appropriate uses of the animal shelter donation funds. An MOU can set parameters, establish reporting expectations, and provide clarity without predetermining the outcome of the organizational assessment or the future structure of the oversight. This isn't about slowing progress, it's about protecting trust. Clear guidelines benefit everyone, the council, staff, volunteers, donors, and most importantly, the animals. They reduce uncertainty, prevent misunderstandings, and ensure that generous community donations are used in ways consistent with donor intent and community expectations. So I urge the council to take this proactive step now rather than allowing for the absence of policy to continue by default. Thank you for your time and for your service.
Thank you. Others, public speakers? None. We'll move on to city council and city manager matters. Mr. City
I
Manager?
presume one of you is going to talk about the promenade, so I won't, that would be the only thing I'd comment on.
Sure.
Okay, just letting folks know. Okay, thanks. I don't have anything else to
Quick
report.
question. Do we have any kind of a question or an answer on the updates for the trees?
If the council would like, I could put it on either the next agenda or the agenda after that. It'd just be an update that we're talking through the different approaches and meeting with, for the montage, for example. I'm happy to give you an update in that manner.
I would appreciate an update.
Okay.
Thank you. Madam Attorney?
No update, Mr. Mayor.
You know, just a couple of things. I think Tim took off, but he was making comments about telecommunications. And I know as part of our fire mitigation, fire safety plan, we've been trying to work on that and Dave's been working with the carriers. It's just not as easy. I mean, I thought it'd be easier because, you know, they get an opportunity to put more equipment up here and increase their bandwidth. I live at the top of Nye. It's pathetic up there. Top of the world is too. Victoria has no coverage. So they're not as flexible and as willing to come in here as we might like. It's very frustrating. And, you know, I think initially when we were putting up cell towers in town, people got really picky about, oh, I don't want one near my house or by the park or something. But the cumulative effect of that is it reduces our cellular coverage, and we just need to get past that. We need to get the carriers back here. Because a lot of people have abandoned their landlines, and so they're relying on their cellular. And then when you have a fire or something and you have your power shut down, the cell sites lose power. So then you're kind of out of luck. So we need to continue working on that. And I know Dave's been working with the carriers on that. They're just particularly a little bit stubborn. And then on the tree blockages, I totally sympathize with you guys. I know that we're going to agendize this apparently, but I know Reza from Public Works has met with the Montage on that issue for those of you who live down there. So there's been discussions going on there. And I've looked at the trees you guys are talking about. I personally would like people to have their views. That's why people live here. But we'll come back with that and hopefully have some good, good path forward on that. That's all. That's it for me.
Alex?
I have nothing to report, just sort of a question, and I think it kind of relates to all the different issues that we're hearing, because I'm kind of frustrated about the tree issue as well, because I felt like it feels like deja vu with the first two hearings where I thought there was direction, and it seems like we're on it. And I understand where that's a complicated issue, and I appreciate there's going to be an update. But sort of stepping back at the strategic planning session, Dave, we talked about the idea of having which we've had in the past, like a spreadsheet with all of our different priorities, and which forces us to make hard decisions because, you know, staff can't do everything. But at the same time, we want to have accountability for the things that we want to prioritize. So is that spreadsheet with all the different prioritizations, is that something that staff is working on, and will that come back to us? Because then we'll be in a situation where if we want to change our priorities, you say, okay, well, what do you want to move down the list and what do you want to move up? And it forces us to be in make those tough calls. So I guess that's my question. Is that something that's coming back?
Yeah, we're hoping to bring that back to you on the 24th.
Okay, good.
Along with the recap from the
Perfect.
strategic planning session.
Thank you.
Bob?
Nothing this evening.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, if the fire chief could join me up here. He and I had a really amazing opportunity to participate with Newt Morris, who's a water commissioner. We were asked to serve on a panel at the X Prize, awarding of the top 5 candidates for, I guess, like autonomous fire suppression and wildfire detection. And I just wanted to have you up here and talk a little bit about what we learned.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Yeah, it was kind of a whirlwind trip. Within, I think, 24 hours, we got this late invite, and not only invited to this unique gathering of folks that are in the tech industry, but I think by 1 o'clock in the morning, we had speaking points together and understood that we were going to actually have the opportunity to present. So X Prize, as Mayor Pro Tem stated, it's a worldwide competition where there's a prize package, a monetary package available to anyone. And the challenge for this with the wildfire theme was to respond to within 10 square miles, detect, respond to, and extinguish a fire without any human intervention. So it was incredible that we had tech leaders from around the world. Like Mayor Pro Tem said, they went from 133 entrants down to the final 5. And it was really unique that we got to step up as the only local government that got to present a problem, because I think they're so focused on the solution, they don't understand the problem space. So I love the fact that there's this term that we use in the fire service. We throw it around, it's kind of tongue in cheek, but 150 years of tradition unimpeded by progress. That Ben Franklin came up with this fire service, and it's humans with buckets bringing water to the fire. And I don't think we've evolved very much from that. We're still chasing fires with humans, with large, cumbersome, heavy equipment. And there's this large space for a disruptive technology. And I think what we got to witness was they're on the cusp of something fantastic. And moreover, it gave us the opportunity to shake hands, exchange cards. And as a matter of fact, Chief Hill and I have 2 meetings within the next week, following up on some of those relationships built. And we absolutely welcome them to our city with the new technology. So very
I was
optimistic.
in the presence of a celebrity with Chief King. They were following him around, these engineers, trying to get a little time.
That was the only
Put
fire
a bug
chief
in
there,
your
so
ear.
Great strategy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. The only other thing that I wanted to report is I had a really lovely conversation with our new president of the Police Employees Union, Brendan Rowland.
Thank you. Before I read out my list, I'm going to give a brief update, or we're going to talk about a brief update on the promenade, but I see that Tom and Sarah are here. So Tom, can I ask you to come up and articulate this better than I? Do you have a copy of this?
Not with me, no.
Here, you want to?
No,
you can-
I'm okay.
Okay.
I memorized it. Just talking through, so the promenade is scheduled to begin construction on Tuesday. Right now, our construction schedule takes us through May. We're working with the contractor to identify ways to shrink that. Things include night work. We're pursuing demolition activities at night. So as we get into it, as you mentioned, I have Next Gen Construction Management is our construction manager for the project. Sarah's leading that effort. She's working directly with all of the businesses, and she's a great point of contact. If we go to the last slide, actually, her information is on there. So I encourage anyone with questions to feel free to reach out to Sarah at either her phone number or the email we've created for the project, promenadex at nextgen-cm.com. And if we want to scroll up one slide, we are working right now. We are working towards a program where we would have additional off-site parking dedicated for promenade shoppers. and that would be off of Ocean Avenue at the old Laguna Drug parking lot. And that's something that's currently in the works. And as additional details come of that, we will be sure to place those on the city's website. And with that, happy to chime in on anything else I may have missed.
Are there any questions from other council members?
I have a brief comment, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to thank all the people that have worked on this project, including Tom and Sarah and the mayor and Councilmember Kempf. Just talk like the old man here. I've been through multiple projects, including a massive civic center construction. Something will go differently than we expected. So we've got the right team in place to address that, but it's not going to be entirely a textbook development, but we've got the right people who can interpret the whipsawing and make it work fine. And so be patient with us. It'll be done before we know it. That's the good news. And we'll work through any issues that pop up during construction.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just a couple things. We've had several meetings with the business owners, and we're going to have another stand-up meeting on the promenade on Friday, I think at 11 or something like that. And then we're going to be talking about the parking issue with them when we meet with them, which I think they should be pretty happy about.
Yeah, and there's been some incentives built into the whole parking situation for validation to help drive business to the tenants. So, and that's also an ongoing discussion. So, yeah. So we'll have more updates at our next council meeting. I appreciate it very much. And I agree with Dave. You guys have been great. I'm really impressed with the team. Thank
Mayor,
you.
can I just,
Sure.
on the parking program, just for the public, and we would likely bring that report at the March 4th Planning Commission. We're still developing the parking plan, but for anyone interested, March 4th Planning Commission.
Thank you. Okay, I'll just roll through my list real quick before we move on to the consent calendar. I met with Jim Conrad, Sue Wyden, Bob Chapman, Joe Hanauer, and Greg Shornow, Mike Beenan, and Ginger, Chris Huson, Steve Britton, Ed Almanza, Brittany and Joanna from Visit Laguna in the Chamber, John Strudal with Heritage Committee, Steve McIntosh, Mike Mariner Jr., Greg Viviani, Kerry Reynolds, Bob Burnham, Ash from Odo Sushi Restaurant down here, Lauren Azell, had an interview again at my weekly interview with Voice of Laguna. I went to, I did attend last night's Arts Commission meeting, and that was a great meeting. I really enjoyed the discussion with the commissioners. And I attended the Planning Commission meeting. I did the show with Billy Freed down there at the radio station. We had a strategic master plan meeting, revenue ad hoc meeting. I attended the chamber installation, swore in the new executives there. We've had several promenade construction meetings. I don't even know how many we had last month, probably at least 4. And I attended the Community Land Trust Board meeting. Okay, with that, I will move on to consent calendars. Are there any items that council or public would like to pull?
Seven, 3.
I just had one change on 8. I don't know if we have to pull it. Maybe the city attorney could. It's just to add Mark Orgill as an alternate on the Playhouse. I mean, I'm currently the only one, so if we could do that.
We can do that without
Okay,
pulling it,
without
yeah.
pulling it. Good, thank you.
And then on 6, you have the amended agreement in front of you.
Is this group in the front, are you guys trying to pull an item?
They want to pull 9.
9. You're good.
We already have 7 pulled. So I would move approval of 1, 2, 4, 5, 6 as amended, 8 with the addition of Mark Orgill for approval.
And Mr. Mayor, on item number 5, Do you want to recuse yourself from that? I think you planned to state that you were going to recuse
Yes.
yourself because you live within 500 feet of.
Yeah, I'm within 500 feet of the parking structure, the Glen Ayers parking structure, so I will be recusing myself.
And just so that everybody knows, when the recusal occurs on a consent calendar item in which it's not being pulled, he can stay on the dais and his vote just doesn't apply to that specific item.
Right?
We have to break it up the vote then.
So we'll hand it over to the co-pilot when that time comes.
I don't, does he have to do that?
Well, I just made the motion that includes that, which I think the city attorney is saying. is
Oh,
fine.
okay.
So we just
I
need,
got it.
we just
Okay,
need a
great.
second.
So we don't need to worry about that.
So I'll
Okay, great.
second Bob's motion with Mark's noted recusal.
All in favor?
Aye.
Passed unanimously. So 6 is off too, right, Bob?
No, 6 was approved with the
Yeah, is approved.
change to the
That's what I
amendment.
meant.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll move to item number 3.
I think it was.
Did you want us to just stand up and
pulled
have
back
your
over
question?
public.
I thought maybe there would be a presentation, or I could just wing it. I can wing it. Consent item 3 is about retention of records. And it has some interesting language about criteria, such as the maintenance of numerous records is expensive, that are not necessary after a certain period of time pursuant to statutory requirements. That doesn't quite list criteria. And so I don't understand that. And what's worrisome to me, and I'll list for those who haven't bothered to read it, some of the things that will not be retained except for 2 years. And in election years, which this will be one, getting rid of some of these things would be problematic. And also, we have things like the view restoration and people saving these files. And I understand the thing about space, but I work for a publishing house, an international publishing house that's been in existence for over 30 years. We know how to put things online and save things. So I assume the city would have the same ability. So let me give you some example. Complaints and concerns from citizens will only be the paper, letters, newspapers, et cetera, will only be retained for a minimum of 2 years. There are, let's see. I'm trying to circle all the ones that, things about staffing and issues that came up. It's 2 years seems, audio recordings are only 2 years for board committees, resident advisory committees, commissions. It seems like a pretty short time for a city that is approaching its centennial, right? So why are we doing this? I would like to see this as something that isn't just a consent item that we actually keep for public discussion instead of just kind of appearing here right in an election year. Deposit accounts, trust accounts we can keep them for 5 years only now. And then the other thing is grants applications that were unsuccessful will only be held for 2 years. This is a lot of the history of what works and hasn't worked in this city. And you guys are being very kind to serve, but you won't be here forever. And we need to have records of all this. So I am pleading that we keep some of this. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other speakers on this? 3. None. Okay, I'll bring it back to council. Any
So
comments?
just a question, Madam City Attorney. So on a retentions record schedule, we follow the state law, right?
Councilmember, yes. So the state law has a whole section on retention. Some of them are specific as to how long they have to be retained. There's a default to 2 years if it's not expressly called out. And so the city clerk, and she's worked with a consultant who does this for, I don't know, like half of California or something.
Right.
These are standard retention requirements. So yes, so to answer your question, yeah, these follow the law.
Thank you.
So if the council may please, the majority of the retention schedule we do this every year, so for the public to understand is our retention schedule gets updated every year to make sure it's in compliance with all the new laws that are passed, and so our consultant does that. The majority of our retention schedule exceeds the minimum requirement. So the schedules themselves that detail what is kept and for how long, in the comments, it'll say if it's department preference or whatever, it generally exceeds the requirements. So the items that she specifically mentioned, none of that is actually changed on this schedule. It's been how the city has retained those for all these years. So those didn't change. I'm not saying whether or not her point is valid. I'm just saying that those specific items did not change from the last retention schedule. But if the council has any questions regarding or concerns about the retention schedule, how long we keep things and why we keep things for that period of time, I'm happy to discuss those with you.
Any other comments from council?
I'll move the recommended action.
I did have one question, just point of clarification. How long do we retain the audio or visuals of council meetings and planning commission, DRB?
Those are for 10 years
10
is
years.
what our retention schedule says. Now, we have been using Granicus since 2009, and we have opted to just leave those up rather than archive them. So they are there. I will say that in the time I've worked for the city, it used to be 5 years when I first worked for the city. And then I left and it was changed to permanent. And then I came back and it was changed to 10 years. And it's about finding a balance. You have changes in technology that makes it where you might have, like we still have DVDs and VHS, but who are going to be able to watch it? So it's whether or not it's actually usable, even though you're retaining it. And then it's also liability. So those old videos, though we have them up, don't have closed captioning. So you can open yourself up to liability if you do not make sure that you're up to date on your retention, if you're keeping things longer than they should be because they're causing more harm than good. But in general, we have those files and they're still there on the website.
Thank you.
So just to be clear, because I kind of like how we have those, I think you can go back to like 2009. There's no direction that you're hearing tonight that would change.
No, but I will caution you that as we change providers, then it makes a challenge of where we're hosting those videos. So right now, we're changing from one agenda management system to another. It's provided by the same company. So we're hopeful to make it easy to access those old archived videos since it's the same company. But in 10, 20 years from now, the city could go to another company. And how do you get those videos? So I'm just cautioning you on that. So it's a nice to have, but the government record of these meetings are the minutes. The video is the nice to have and the convenience. So burn your own copy.
Do any of the new platforms that we're looking at have the option for closed caption?
Repeat that question for me.
Do they have an option to provide closed captioned? Didn't you say, Gavin, that YouTube?
So currently, closed captions provided through YouTube.
Okay.
That's
yeah,
why we're using YouTube now.
Right.
But
But
our
you're saying
old
there's
videos
liability.
did not.
Okay.
So what you'd have to do is you would have to download those videos or somehow use a third-party thing to put it into to get closed captioning. If you just play it from the website, there is no closed captioning.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
I made my motion.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Passes unanimously. Thank you. Move on to number 7. Who pulled this one? Was it you, Bob?
Members of the public.
No, members of the public?
I think Greg
Okay,
did.
we'll do a staff report.
Yeah.
We do have a PowerPoint, so I'll just need the city clerk to grant us access. While they're pulling it up, Matt Schneider, Community Development Director. I'm joined this evening by Matt Kilroy. Matt is a associate planner. This is his first time at the council. He's been with the city for a year, and I told him you would take it easy on him, so. Great. So this is 31131 Monterey. This item was first presented at the January 13th meeting. It's regarding an amendment to an easement related to parking in front of this property. Next slide, please. Just to orient the council and the members of the public. This is a dead-end offshoot off of Monterey. The property is highlighted in blue. This terminates in the trailhead that leads down to Aliso Creek. Next slide, please. And so this is an overview schematic of the property itself. If you could advance once. This highlights the modified parking area. It's approximately 15 by 49 feet. There were concerns at the last meeting regarding access to the trail, fire safety access. Staff went out, met with the property owner and his team, discussed this internally. We wanted to make sure we maintain a minimum 20-foot access way, which this does. Next slide, please. This is a little bit of a zoomed in look. The red line representing the 20-foot axis. Could you advance, please? I want to point out that there is a drainage device adjacent to the trailhead. And so that would prevent any widening beyond that. If you advance, you can see a better picture of that. You can see it off to the left. So we wanted to, one, be mindful of the 20-foot minimum, but also there's existing infrastructure in place that would prevent that from being usable in its current form. Next slide, please. This is the first segment of the trail. It's rather steep based on the topography that we analyzed. And we didn't do site-specific topography, but ones we had available, it's greater than a 20% slope, which raises concerns as an emergency egress. Next slide, please. This was the condition when we were out there approximately 10 days ago. This trail is susceptible to washouts. The city does, and I've confirmed with Public Works, they do go out and regrade approximately 2 times a year. But obviously the intervals and amount of rain can wash it out and essentially render it unusable for vehicles. And so what we've come back with you today is a modified proposal, again, maintaining the 20-foot access way. I do know there's a representative from the homeowner who would like to speak tonight, and it appears that it's members of the public as well. We do believe it maintains the existing access to the trail, and the trail could be used theoretically in an emergency. It's not a engineered access way, but pedestrians certainly could vacate that way. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from council?
Yeah, I have a question, Matt. Thank you for your staff report. So can you remind us of the, when that house was built, what was the agreement with that area? So the driveway to the, I guess the wall, the neighbors or whatever.
So that entire stretch, can you go back to the second slide? One more.
The question is for me, when we went through design review. what was
Yeah,
the
so if you
final
look at the
determination?
slide, that where the red arrow is in that short, I guess, spur of Monterey, a parking restriction was put on that entire segment, as well as a public access easement, which is on the right-hand side. I believe that's 10 feet And so this would essentially reserve an additional 10 feet so that there's 20 feet altogether. And the amendment would allow the parking in front of specifically this one property.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Are there any members of the public that would like to speak on this matter? Please approach.
I'm sorry, I had one correction I wanted to note. Forgive me. I just, there was a correction in the staff report. It was a carryover mistake from my original report where I indicated the vote at DRB for this was unanimous. It was actually 3-1 with one member absent. I just wanted to make sure I clarified that for the record.
Thank you for that clarification.
Sorry, just to clarify, I apologize, just to not confuse me. So that the vote you're referring to is not about the specific item before us, because this didn't go to DRB. You're talking about the project as a whole.
Correct.
Okay, and that's on appeal at Coastal Commission, but that's a separate
Correct.
issue.
It is
Thank
a
you.
separate issue.
Great. Thank you. My name is Jim Conrad, representing the property owners. I have a presentation. You have that up, Matt. I was the architect for the home. It was approved some years ago, not by the current owner. He purchased it from the previous owner. Next slide, please. This shows, so we have the blue area we're showing is our 5-foot easement back from our property line, and then the green area is the area that we're requesting the parking easement in, so we can put 2 cars tandem. Next slide, please. I'm sorry, go back to the last slide. This also shows that we have 20 feet clear minimum, in some places more than 20 feet. Next slide. I wanted to just show you why we feel like we need this. So on all of Monterey, most of the homes have driveways. We weren't allowed to have a driveway. The design review board made us move the house all the way up to the 5-foot setback because to try and preserve as much view for the neighboring property owners. They also had us lower the house down as low as possible, so we have very low garage door height, and we can't, like a large SUV can't fit inside. These other homes in the area, this is up on Monterey, they have driveways, they can park cars in their driveway, and then the blue areas show the parking that's allowed on Monterey. Next slide, please. Again, this shows that's the 20-foot wide access way, and then that red area is the area of the parking easement. Next slide. This just shows, I wanted to point out that on Monterey itself, much of Monterey is just 20 feet wide, and they do allow street parking. So the allowable passageway for an emergency vehicle in this one area that I just measured is about 13 feet. And there are other areas that are certainly less than 20 feet of passable area on Monterey, just right next to our property. Next slide, please. Again, this shows, so when we went to design review, you can see that area in blue is our garage, and we had to pull the garage all the way forward to the 5-foot setback. And so we only have a 5-foot deep garage, and it's just not deep enough to be able to park in. Next slide, please. This shows the height limit in red, and the area in blue is the area below the height limit that we were asked to move the house down to preserve neighboring homes' views. And again, this is the reason that our garage is so low, our garage doors are so low, and we can't park a large SUV inside of it. Next slide, please. The last one. Yep, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Greg O'Loughlin speaking for the South Laguna Civic Association. Sorry that we're here again on this one. I think a few council members understand the safety issue. I really don't like to sensationalize, but Paradise, California, Lahaina, Maui, Pacific Palisades, we saw some pretty intense evacuation situations. That is why we have a lot of neighbors. If we could have some folks stand up that aren't speaking tonight, just so that you know there are quite a few folks here, and we could actually get hundreds if we had a little bit more warning. Please do not give away this public land for private use, for private parking spaces. This has been an emergency exit, regardless of what the staff says. It's been utilized that way in the past. It will be utilized that way again, unless bollards are put up to keep us out. If we're forced, I live a block away, I will use this if it's closed, what you saw. I'll have to go over the curb that's there. It doesn't matter. It'll be utilized. It's not a great road. We don't want to have people driving on it, but if it's getting that bad. Creating a bottleneck at this spot, there's a 30-foot easement. A property owner has the right to try to ask for more parking. I get it. They bought the house with the parking as it is. The designer could have designed with an offset to allow the parking that they're now asking for. The public shouldn't have to be asked to pay for that. We would like to keep the easement fully 30 feet. We would also like the city to work at how to codify this as a real emergency exit. I don't think we need to improve it. I think people are willing to scratch their sidewalls or do whatever it is if you have to resort to that. But we don't want to see anything getting in the way of that potential for public egress. I think there are a few other folks, I don't know if everyone raised their hand that's here, just so you see who's not speaking, so we don't have to be here all night. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, John Thomas. Considering the city's emphasis on public safety, I can't believe the staff has recommended this, and I oppose staff's recommendation. By the way, the grade looks to me more closer to 10% than 20%, which was one of the staff report points. Somebody ought to double check that. I personally can't think of a jurisdiction that would allow hundreds of houses with only one access today. When this right-of-way was county, it was not within the city's power to improve the situation. But now this right-of-way is city property, and the city should capitalize on the opportunity. We saw what happened with the Palisades Highlands. Lots of houses with only one way in and out. People couldn't get out, and emergency personnel could barely get in. It did not work out well. It would be unconscionable to not provide a reliable, viable, navigable emergency access when the opportunity presents itself as it now has. If there were ever a disaster with loss of life that could have been prevented if the city had acted on this, but did not, the city's position would be indefensible. I'm going to switch hats and read you. The South Laguna Civic sent you a letter today. I don't know if you had a chance to look at it. I will read a short version. This is now I'm speaking on behalf of South Laguna from that letter. On behalf of the members and South Laguna residents, the South Laguna Civic Association urges the city to reject the proposed amendment to the easement agreement for 31131 Monterey. This issue is not about parking or the condition of a trail. It is about preserving critical emergency infrastructure for the entire South Laguna community. The right-of-way is an historic alignment of Coast Highway and today serves two essential public functions, a designated public beach access route and the only northbound non-Coast Highway emergency egress for the South Laguna, for that part of the village. The city has long recognized this route's importance for evacuation if Coast Highway becomes impassable. When adjacent parcels were developed, the city required a public easement and prohibited exterior parking precisely to keep this corridor free for emergency use. These protections were central to project approvals, not incidental. The staff report cites trail degradation as a reason to weaken protections. This reverses cause and effect. The proper response to a deteriorated emergency route is repair and enforcement, not abandonment, especially where drainage or recent construction may have contributed to the problem. Staff also maintains the route is unsuitable for vehicles, but emergency corridors are maintained for rare, worst-case conditions, not daily convenience. Removing this option without a replacement raises serious life safety concerns and could leave South Laguna effectively landlocked during a crisis. South Laguna Civic Association respectfully asks the council to preserve the existing easement and parking restriction and to direct staff to restore and maintain this corridor for its intended emergency purpose. Thanks.
Hi, Aaron Peluso. I'm not sure that I didn't prepare for this. I didn't read the staff report. So I'm not sure if I completely understand the way that the easement is being proposed here. But I just wanted to reiterate some of the points there about safety. And also, I lived in this neighborhood for 3 or 4 years while my house was being remodeled. And we use this path all the time to get down to Aliso with our young child. And it's a real challenge on Brooks over to Monterey because as I believe the architect had described, everything's pretty narrow there. It's well under 20 foot and there's always construction in that neighborhood. And it essentially functions, very poorly, even under the best circumstances. And if there's ever an emergency, it's going to get backed up. It really probably should be one way around there, but it's two ways and it's 13 feet wide. So do the math. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. Amir Mozafari. I'm here to correct a staff report that was presented to the council. Number one, the staff said that the road is not an emergency exit. I bought my home over 10 years ago, and I was always told that it is, in fact, our emergency exit. This is what we all believe to be true in our neighborhood. The staff said that the last project was not appealed. That is not true. The project is in fact under 2 appeals with California Coastal Commission. The staff report says that the project was approved unanimously. That is not true. It was not approved unanimously. Please save our community. We are almost 200 homes in a big cul-de-sac. This is our only emergency way out. I know you saw the pictures. They don't look good. The trail doesn't look good. It used to look a lot better when the county owned it. Now they just not taking care of it. If we do have an emergency, like the gentleman said before, in Pacific Palisades, how if you're giving this road away, how do we get out of there? We don't have any other exits from that neighborhood. Instead of giving away the land there, please consider protecting our homes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members of the Laguna Beach City Council and Manager, I'm Robert Cosgrove, a former university professor and college instructor. I live at 31132 Brook Street. I've distributed to you a packet with what I'm going to say, plus 3 other pages that were work done over the last 10 years regarding that trail and are trying to protect it. As a visitor and later as a resident of Laguna Beach, I know our neighborhood. We are 1 road in and 1 road out, the same one. We live on a street that has a steep slope. Laguna council members have helped us in the past. One of the smarter options Laguna offered us was burying our power lines and moving the posts. That was a critical decision. Why? Because if a pole were to fall across the street, neighbors and tourists could not drive out. We also faced with the possibility of fire from one of the power lines. Now we see another critical decision, whether to preserve an alternate route off of our hills. Some years back, we secured the votes of 141 community members in Coast Royal who voted to protect the trail which you are considering tonight, a trail originally a Native American path and later part of the Highway 1. The trail is critical, as is our alternative route off the hill. Our community, children, handicapped, elderly folks, and all of us used to have options for escape in times of emergency. This council and the community know that very well. When an emergency occurs, a fire or earthquake, we need a direct route that allows us to go safely around. We also need an ER close by to assist those who may be seriously injured. We need the council to realize this is South Laguna with a very serious concern. Originally, Orange County opted to keep the trail open and safe. We were pleased with and relieved. They worked on the trail from Bend to the East Park parking lot, and the trail was, that update did not happen because of the property that is now going on, but also because the county turned it over to the city. Okay. We have had 2 serious fires in Laguna, and we need to realize we are in a serious fire zone and earthquake area. We all need to make certain that we make South Laguna and all of Laguna safe as possible. You can do that.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is David Blockman. I live about a block and a half from this cul-de-sac. And I think it's a little bit difficult to visualize. But you may have walked out there and seen, but the real issue here is that if you allow for the easement and there are cars parked there during an emergency, it creates a narrowing and there is no off space for any vehicle in an emergency. And that's really why we're talking about this as preventing emergency escape in the event of a wildfire or other emergency, because it'll create a pinch point where there is no other place for a vehicle to be. If a single car has difficulty, there's no place to offload that vehicle. And so you're very likely to get an extreme situation where even though you could theoretically get down that hill and out into the Aliso overflow parking lot, you wouldn't be able to because there's no place to put a car once you enter the cul-de-sac. That's the issue that's involved. The second thing I wanted to point out that the standard here is whether this is in the public interest. The proposal to change the easement says that we no longer believe that this is in the public interest. I don't believe that that's a correct analysis. What's in the public interest is to maintain the access for the neighborhood for an emergency escape. The staff report, several of us have already pointed this out, point to the degradation of the trail as a reason to go ahead and allow this because you couldn't really get down this very easily. But there's 3 main reasons why the trail is degraded. First, there is a storm drain between the 2 houses that are at the top there on Monterey, and that comes down the hill and washes out the trail. The second is let me get my notes here, I forgot, sorry. The collapse of the rocks and the boulders that support the culvert that was built there when that road was improved to allow for the construction of these houses. That's allowing for more water to wash out the trail. And the third is that there are sprinkler heads from, including this property, that wash out the trail every morning. So if we just had drainage from the top of Monterey and from that culvert to connect to that big drain that goes down the Coast Highway, this trail would not wash out. It's not an unsolvable problem. It's a solvable problem. Those are the 3 sources of washout. It isn't rain itself. It's the concentrated flows from the top of Monterey that are just pouring out onto the trail, the culvert, and sprinkler heads. I walk that trail or run that trail every day, and I can see exactly where the water is coming from. And if anybody goes out there, they'd be able to see it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Brenda Boren, and I did not intend to speak tonight, but I feel compelled to. I actually ran into the mayor, former mayor, at some friend's house, and I did talk to him at that time about the trail. And Alex, I included in that blue folder the original letter I wrote to you. I don't know if it ever got to you. And also a poem I wrote about IVC and second chances because we talked about your family and their history in community colleges in California. I am so angry that I can hardly contain myself. We have been working on trying to keep this trail for 10 years. You will see in the background that Bob and I provided that we did everything we could to preserve the trail. Not only because it was at one time quite beautiful and lovely, and the grade was not the grade it is now. It was almost a flat walk down. We could all do that walk easily. Now people are afraid to go to down the hill because with the construction, the trail was moved and the steepness was increased. And now there are rocks and pebbles and rivulets. I'm even afraid to walk down it, and I'm in pretty good shape. And as for it not being open to vehicular traffic, I worked with James Dinwiddie. I talked with you, Alex, about James Dinwiddie, and Scott Fegley, and the county put their best contractor on the renovation of the hill, and they were going to totally restore the trail. And we did start like at the bend, and we went all the way down, and we put in berms, and we put in runways, and we put rocks on the side. We had even planned to have a day where the community came and pulled out the non-indigenous plants and had a huge planting, which the county was going to provide the plants for, indigenous plants. And so I don't know if you guys have been down there, but if you have, you can see the access of the trail from the bend down, and it's perfectly accessible by any vehicle. And what happened was, because of the construction, the county could not complete the work that they had planned to do. And then, unfortunately, I think the city took the trail over, and that was the end of every bit of sizable maintenance available. I am disappointed in you. I am thunderstruck by this staff report. Shame on you. Shame on you. 193 houses are on that hill, and we have one house that is willing to jeopardize all of our lives so they can have parking. Excuse me.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, Ann Christoph. I want to thank the neighbors for how well they have fought this battle for the trail. I have a map that was a county map of all the right-of-ways in South Laguna. And this trail is on there with its right-of-way number. And it's been a route all this time for decades. And it's so touching and important that our people in our community defended so fervently, not only for the emergency access, which is critically important, but because of its significance for public circulation and its experience of going down that way without having to drive to Aliso Beach. You can walk there. If you look at the slide number 2 that he showed, or 2 or 3, it shows the yellow square where this easement would be. It's right at a critical point where the cars would have to turn to get onto the next turn. And you can envision even though the numbers may calculate out that this could work, this impediment is in the wrong place. That actually, no matter where it was, it would be in the wrong place. But this is in a particularly bad location as far as people making a turn to do an exit for an emergency situation. Last time we seemed to have council concurrence that it was more important for the public interest and maintaining an access way and continuing with your fire safety program to enhance community assets and at exits. And why would we give up something we already have when we have this whole program to try to make access better? This is part of that program, and this decision would make it worse. So I urge you not to approve this. When people park on a street, it's still a public street. Here they're asking for a special easement on a public street that allows one private party to be using this for their own private purposes. They agreed, The previous owner agreed with the plan that he constructed. If they had wanted a driveway, they could have made the house smaller. They chose not to. So they just have to live with that decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, Ray Tang. I live maybe 150 feet or so from the trailhead, just behind Amir. I've lived here since about in '88, walked the trail in '88 and bought the house in '89. I mean, we moved in '89, so I've been using that trail with my kids since they were born. In the beginning, one speaker noted the drainage, it just dumped onto the trail. It wasn't like that when I first moved there. There was a drain on Monterey, right at that intersection. It was plucked up one time by rocks, and then the street paving project came and just paved over those rocks. And then when this construction project happened, they rediscovered that drain. I told them where it was. I didn't know that they was going to go put a culvert in there. I thought they were going to reconnect that drain to whatever was down there on PCH. After the paving, there was a lot of erosion because the rainwater just washed down the trail. We were still able to walk it. I mean, it was walkable. It wasn't drivable at that time because of all that erosion. I think now you could drive it. 2 weeks ago, I was at a surf spot that was much worse than this, and I drove it four-wheel drive. So I think it's drivable as it is, but it could be a lot better. But the question is, why was the culvert? I was out there when they were putting the culvert in. I went down right away and I talked to the city person that was overseeing the construction. I told him, what's going on here? You know, what are you doing? You know, why aren't you connecting the old drain? But there was water under the bridge. It was approved. Staff had signed off on it. And I was kind of like wondering why wasn't it done properly in the first place to preserve the slope, the more drivable slope. As it is, you could probably drive it. The emergency vehicles probably has the clearance and a four-wheel drive capability to get up and down that trail. But things could have been done better. So at this point, I would really be concerned if there was parking there during an emergency. I was there in '93. I came home just before the closing of Crown Valley and PCH, and ashes were raining. Ashes were raining down. And it was very smoky. I went to Paul Nade's house, which is at the end of the curve, overlooking at the canyon and wondering when the wind was going to stop blowing, because this canyon was going to go next.
Thank you. Any other speakers? None. I'll bring it back to council. Do we have any council comments?
Are you asking about questions?
I'm Jim Connor. Do I have a chance to rebut since we proposed this project? I don't know. There's been a lot of things
No.
that I don't.
This isn't a regular,
Okay.
yeah, public
Thank you.
hearing. Any comments from council?
I have comments. I don't have any questions. You want questions first or?
Either.
Yeah, I have a couple comments. So I walked that trail. We didn't do disclosures, but I met with, I guess it's not a hearing. That's not an appeal though, right? So anyway, I met with Jim Conrad and the residents, but you know, I walked that trail and I agree with the speakers where it's quite degraded in some space, in some spots. It's not super wide. So I think, you know, we have an evacuation plan from fire safety, fire mitigation. I doubt if that pathway is on there. I'm gonna have to ask the fire chief, but I don't think so. But what I think though, if we're gonna use that, first of all, it depends on what kind of car you have too. Let's say we fix it and the ruts are gone and stuff. It depends on what kind of car you have, whether or not you could even drive down there. Like I have a Tesla sedan, it's low slung. There's no way I could drive my car down there. It'd probably bottom out. But the larger problem for me is I'm not sure as it sits today, again, if we fix the drainage problems, that it's, you know, it's not the safest way to, and I know in an emergency, people are going to want to get the heck out. I get that. But you can also get people when you're on a non-standard road, and we've had people ask us about, you know, going down the fire road at Alta Laguna if in an emergency and try to get out that way. And, you know, inevitably someone will get stuck, and I think the fire department could, you know, embellish that a bit, but then we don't want someone getting stuck and then a bunch of cars behind there. So if we're going to use that at some point for vehicular, you know, exit, then I think we should make it standard enough so it holds up. I mean, you don't want someone getting stuck there. You don't want someone with a really heavy truck putting up some kind of, you know, all kinds of stuff can go happen. People are panicking, basically. If you're driving down a road like that in a fire, you're panicking. You're worried. So that's one thing we need to look at. In terms of what's being presented to us, I mean, I kind of feel like for those of you who play cards, I mean, I think a card laid is a card played. So when you buy that house, that's the way it was. And so I'm not probably going to do anything other than, you know, go with the, you know, the residents here because, you know, that's what you bought. And when I was walking down there, I mean, there's a lot of room there, but, you know, there's also, you know, fire access for good reason. They need to get down there for some reason. They need to get pulled down onto that driveway and get the hoses out or something like that. Who knows? But I feel like I'm going to deny the request for, you know, taking some of that driveway because I just don't think it's really prudent. But beyond that, that's the way the house was approved. And you know, it's not like you want to add a bathroom. You know, you want additional property, and I'm not going to approve that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was down there yesterday too, and you know what, I think when this first came to us last time, I was the one that asked that I said I wasn't prepared to approve it, basically at that point because it was 17 feet. So, I mean, they have come back now with the 20 feet, but I walked the trail as well, and I think, you know, you can definitely walk out there. I think we could do a much better job maintaining that trail, and a lot of it's overgrown. You could easily widen it with some weed abatement measures, and you know, the drainage I think could be fixed. So I think we ought to, separate from this, we ought to be looking at that and ways to continue it as an unpaved path, but improve it, fix the drainage, fix the widen it out. There's actually quite a bit of room towards the bottom, and there may be a little bit of room more to the top. You know, and I feel this is a tough situation for the homeowner, and I feel, you know, I feel badly for them, but, you know, they made the decision to buy the house. They made the decision to buy the size of vehicle they bought. You know, so I think that we should, I'm not inclined to approve it tonight, and I think we should ask Public Works to develop a plan to improve that trail, fix the drainage, and make it functional.
Thank you. Alex, Hallie?
I don't have any great wisdom to add to this conversation. I think that I'm really sympathetic with what the county started. The county does good work, and I think building upon that to improve drainage, particularly on that segment of the trail. I don't think it's ever going to be a safe vehicular evacuation route. I don't think we want to advertise it as such, but I do think making the road safer for pedestrians and just more sustainable is important. In terms of the parking spaces, I'm really struggling with being sympathetic to the homeowner who, you know, understandably would like to be able to park, and being sympathetic with the neighbors who see how narrow those streets are. I'm really stuck in the middle between those two. But my inclination is to agree with Councilmember Kempf that, you know, this house was purchased as such, conditions haven't changed. And, you know, in the better public interest, it would be to deny this easement.
Yeah, I appreciate all the testimony that we've heard. I think I see this as sort of two issues at play. There's the question of how do we actually improve the trail so that it's, and I've been walking that trail all my life. I know it very well. I think it's one of the cool things about South Laguna that there are trails like that allow people to get from point A to point B. And it is definitely, whether vehicles can go on it or not, or whether vehicles could go on it in the future, if we assume that there is a way for a vehicle to go on it, which I'm not saying is the case as it stands now, but if we make that assumption, then sort of the question becomes 20 feet versus 30 feet. And so that makes this difficult. And from what I'm hearing, and I think I tend to agree that the public interest, it's really not if we had to weigh the equities between the two, it might be a different decision. But I think that the question is one of where the weight of the public interest is above private interest. So I'm with my colleagues as a result to the issue before us. I think that Mr. Blockman did a really good summary of the three issues at play with the drainage issues. And I don't know, maybe we can talk to Mr. Tang as well about the timing of when that drainage on the street, when that actually went away. And then also maybe the county still has that plan that existed before to improve that, because I think we should always be looking at improving public access. So I think that as it stands, I think there's two parts to this. I don't think we should move it forward with the request in front of us because it's a high bar when it comes to making public interest findings when you're giving away an easement. But then on a separate path to look at our CIP and our drainage plans for the city as a whole and see if there's opportunities to improve this trail because it does provide, it's a clear, whether it's an evacuation route or not, it's a clear public amenity for the residents in that area. And it also enhances coastal access.
Thank you. So I agree with my fellow council members. I do think that there's a relatively easy solution to deal with the drainage on the hill, and I think that that's something we should definitely look at. I'm not sure, Bob and Sue, when you guys are dealing with the fire mitigation ad hoc committee, this is the second time easement issue having to do with road width and access has come up. I don't know if it's worth looking at some of the other areas in the city that we think that we might be vulnerable, or I don't know if the evacuation plan includes pedestrian or if it's only vehicle. In some of our neighborhoods, it might be worth looking at alternatives other than just vehicle, because it's pretty easy to get stuck in some of these areas. In the building world, they call it areas of refuge, right? It's where pedestrians just have a way to get somewhere that's relatively safe outside of an automobile. So with that said, I do agree with my fellow council members. And do I have a motion on this? Do we take action on this, Madam Attorney? It has to be disapproved, doesn't it?
Yeah, so I don't think you have to take it. And actually recommend you take the vote, to be honest, just on the recommended action so that it's part of the record, so that it's clear in the future that it didn't occur.
I would move that we deny the requested amendment to the easement agreement and that we request Public Works to return to council with any recommendations they might have with respect to maintaining and improving the quality of that trail.
Yeah, I second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved unanimously. Thank you. Item 9.
No, Gavin's prepared to do a brief presentation. This is about the Orange County Power Authority, but this was pulled by our audience member.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Gavin Curran, Assistant City Manager. The item tonight is really just to confirm the council's direction from our the council's January 27th, 2026 study session. And what we're asking the council to do is just confirm the action that the council would like us to take regarding the Orange County Power Authority. And so tonight we're asking the council to from the direction to take this item to the Environmental Sustainability Committee. The council directed the Environmental Sustainability Committee to conduct a comprehensive review of OCPA, including program compatibility, rate competitiveness, sustainability benefits, and customer experience. And then also in parallel at the same time, initiate the feasibility study with OCPA. So council also directed us at that study session to initiate a feasibility study with OCPA, again, in parallel with the Environmental Sustainability Committee's kind of review process as well. The feasibility study would be conducted at no cost to the city by OCPA, and a third-party consultant, and would involve obtaining historical electrical load data from SCE and SDG&E. Just as I wanted to know, there's no financial or policy commitment at this time. We're just asking the council to just confirm their direction. We'd go study this both at the Environment and Sustainability and through OCPA, and then come back to the council with recommendations and a process to move forward. And that concludes my brief presentation.
Thank you. Any questions of staff from council? None? Any speakers on this matter?
Good evening and thank you, council members. I'm Mike from Laguna Woods, and I will be referring to data published officially by OCPA and SCE tonight. You'll recognize them. I'm very concerned that during the Laguna Beach study session on January 27th, 2026, OCPA did not disclose risks that the city council and the public should know before Laguna Beach proceeds any further with OCPA. I recommend voting no on item 9, particularly 9.2, that would allow OCPA to initiate its feasibility study. Here are some key risks that I did not see OCPA present to you on January 27th. The 2026 OCPA rate plan is 12 to 16% higher than SCE, an average of $20 more than SCE for an average residence. That is $164 for SCE versus $184 for OCPA's cheapest plan. SCE is more affordable than OCPA. Joining OCPA requires opting in by default, the entire city. Being forced to opt in with OCPA priced higher than SCE will be politically very unpopular. OCPA is in financial duress, and their reserves have gone down by half in the past 18 months, from around $90 million to around $40 million. That's why their rates were raised so drastically. The emissions for the two OCPA plans that all the member cities are on, called Basic and Smart, have worsened every year. OCPA is going backwards on the environment. Don't be deceived by the OCPA's marketing. Look at the data on the power content label published by the California Energy Commission for OCPA and SCE. 3 of the founding members of OCPA exited. OCPA just sued the county of Orange over its exit. Only one city has joined since the founding, Fountain Valley, which just announced they want to postpone the launch of OCPA by 6 months until April 2027. Costa Mesa last fall recommended not joining OCPA. Laguna Woods tabled discussion of OCPA. Beware the marketing pitches when a CEO doesn't disclose this kind of information, this kind of key information. Vote no on 9, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi. Good evening. I'm Vicki Johnson. I ask you, please, to vote no on item 9.1 because it's premature to refer the review of OCPA to only your Environmental Sustainability Committee. Joining OCPA is complex and risky. As I mentioned, all the businesses and residents will be opted in by default. A study by experts is needed on the financial impacts, the risks, and to look at OCPA's energy procurement. OCPA is struggling now financially, and that's why their 2026 rate plan is well above SCE, 12 to 16% more. Paying more to OCPA than SCE is going to financially harm Laguna Beach ratepayers and your own municipal finances. Each year, OCPA's greenhouse gas emissions have worsened. Vote no on 9.1 because a financial study is needed, not just the Environmental Sustainability Committee. I ask you especially vote no on item 9.2, which was worded as direct the staff to initiate a no-cost feasibility study with OCPA. The public needs, and you need to understand the full implications. This requires that Laguna Woods sign an NDA with SCE and Southern San Diego Gas and Electric to enable OCPA to obtain from those utilities extensive and intrusive electricity usage for all of Laguna Beach. This electricity data is confidential. It's private. It is private customer information, addresses, historical usage, meter reader data, and consumption patterns. The city should respect the privacy of its residents and never allow this type of disclosure unless it's strictly needed. Now, OCPA admits they want this data to estimate their revenues. OCPA can obtain from ratepayers and to estimate their margins and profits. This so-called feasibility study, it's just a tiny spreadsheet. Here's the feasibility study for 2 cities. It has the load, the revenues they anticipate, and the margin, about 20% that they intend to retain. Laguna Beach gets no information from this about whether OCPA is good or bad for the city. This data benefits only OCPA's marketing. Please vote no on this until you really understand the implications. SCE has a program called Community Solar. It's much better suited for the city than OCPA. You can choose individually to join. So hold off until OCPA offers rates below SCE, until OCPA can have its emissions lower than SCE, and when OCPA can meet its reserve targets. It's well below its reserve targets. This may take years. So again, I ask vote no on 9.1 and 9.2. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
Mayor and council members, I'm Harvey Liss, a longtime resident of Irvine. I'm a licensed professional civil engineer and former Irvine planning commissioner who has followed the OCPA tragedy in Irvine since its beginning in 2022. First, I want to read one of the slides shown by OCPA in their study session presentation. It says, "What is community choice aggregation, CCA? Assembly Bill 117, passed in 2002, establishing community choice aggregation to introduce competition and choice into the energy market. AB 117 allows communities to join and provide residents and businesses the opportunity to choose their electric provider and, what is more important, how much renewable energy they want to put onto the grid. This was in 2002. However, what has changed everything is that renewably generated electric power is now much cheaper than fossil fuel generated electric power. Not so in 2002 and for years afterward when the opposite was true. So then the investor-owned utilities purchased fossil fuel generated power rather than renewably generated power because it was cheaper. So then the only way for environmentally concerned ratepayers to reduce their contribution to global warming was to subscribe to a CCA that purchased the then more expensive renewably generated energy, and its subscribers happily paid the higher bill. So now CCAs no longer serve any purpose, since investor-owned utilities purchase as much renewably generated energy as possible that can actually be put on the grid. For example, SCE currently cannot enroll any new subscribers into the 50 and 100% renewables because the legitimate additional renewably generated energy contracts are not available because the daytime grid is saturated with renewables energy. So if Southern Cal Edison cannot enroll more subscribers to their 50% to 100% tiers, how can OCPA? Well, obviously it cannot. To support that conclusion, as was previously mentioned, OCPA's recently published power content label shows that OCPA's greenhouse gas emissions are over 80% higher than SCE's at basic choice, and at a higher cost. OCPA is purchasing dirty energy because that's all that's available. I opted out of OCPA at the very beginning in 2022, enrolled in SCE's 100% renewables program. And ever since, I've been getting a discount that reached 19% of the entire bill in August 2025, while OCPA has been charging a significant premium. Over the past 3 years, Irvine ratepayers who had not opted out of OCPA have thrown away more than $50 million that could have been used to subsidize solar panels and battery backup for its residents, businesses, and for the city itself. Don't get suckered in. Vote no on calendar item number 9. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
Probably not a surprise, but I just wanted to remind everyone that this is not a vote about OCPA. This is a vote to look at the potential for joining OCPA. And it's not a predetermined conclusion one way or the other. Every issue that the speakers here raised will be addressed by Environmental Sustainability Committee in our review of this opportunity. And I think all of our meetings are publicly agendized, and we will welcome any sort of input throughout this process. But we will take a very thoughtful look at this and present you with the facts and the options, and it will be up to you to make the final determination. So
I have a question, Steve.
Yeah.
Does that mean that you would also come back to us with information on the SCE program, the solar program that we've received a couple emails regarding?
Sure. I know those programs well, so there's a lot of, I don't want to get into the details here, but we will bring the information.
I would
back.
appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And just a simple question, Steve, just to clarify. So you're obviously passionate about the environment, but you're not new to the topic of the complexity of utilities and electricity. Is that a fair characterization?
That would be a fair characterization, yes.
Based on your professional background?
Yes, I do have much of the expertise that some of the speakers suggested needing to hire a consultant for. So I do have a lot of that in my background. Yeah.
And we did have a previous subcommittee on this that we vetted at LCPA pretty hard. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, we've looked at this since 2023. We presented to council in 2023. We weren't ready at that time to even recommend anything because OCPA was in such bad shape. We'll take another look and see where they're at.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Other speakers?
Hello, Mayor, City Council, and staff. My name is Danny Gray. I'm a resident of Capitol Beach. I work and volunteer with the Orange County chapter of the Climate Reality Project. I have supported community choice energy since before Orange County Power Authority even existed. I, along with members of the Climate Reality Project, have provided support through tabling at environmental events, making presentations, attending clean energy workshops, and of course, attending and providing public comments at many, many city council meetings within Orange County. One question it always comes to my mind is why would city governments and residents choose the existing monopoly for their energy needs and reject a competitive pricing environment with community programs and with local control? Maybe is the lack of desire to take the necessary steps to repair our environment, or a desire to support the investor-owned utilities. Often we see a continuous misinformation campaign against community choice energy and OCPA. Misinformation is propaganda. It is misinformation with a little bit of truth, twisted together to make it sound believable, but is not always completely true and should not be used to make important decisions. I encourage the council to support this item and do the necessary work to make community choice energy part of your sustainability program. One last thing, OCPA is a well-run company. And while doing this feasibility study, I encourage you to attend and review OCPA's monthly board meetings. Meetings are held with integrity and with the community in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Other speakers on this item? None? Bring it back to City Council. Do we have any comments? Bob?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and start. I mean, I appreciate the comments from the public. You know, it reflects a little bit the conversation I had with the city manager yesterday, which is, you know, and when we talked about this strategic planning, I don't know, you might have sensed I'm a little lukewarm on it, but I think there's so much more that the Environmental Sustainability Committee typically would look at the environmental aspects of, you know, a decision for us. But I think there's so much more in terms of, you know, legal obligations, you know, what are the rules to get in, what are the rules to get out, what documents do you have to sign, what kind of indemnities do you have to give, what financial risks are you exposing yourself to, which to me are beyond the purview really of the Environmental Sustainability Committee. So my question to Dave was, you know, how do we get that and how do we get the financial analysis, which to me, and then, you know, kind of the more general background, which I think, you know, ESC could do certainly on the history of OCPA and where are they currently and what does the governance look like and all those kind of issues. But that's what I'm concerned about. I want to make sure we get, you know, I'm not quite clear what comes back from environmental sustainability, what the scope of their assignment is, right? I mean, I'd want the city attorney looking at all the legal aspects. If it's to come back to say, decide to go in or not go in, I'd want a really in-depth legal analysis, financial analysis, and then, you know, the good work that I know the ESC would do. So that's my concern, and I don't know, you know, how we want to address that, but that's what I'd want to see addressed.
That makes a lot of sense to me. I know under Steve's leadership at the ESC, I have an absolute faith that that committee is going to come back with a solid recommendation in terms of the sustainability of this program. I appreciate what you're saying, and I'd also appreciate seeing a legal analysis and a financial analysis. So I almost wonder if the request is to have something come back to the council that is, you know, a joint presentation coming from the ESC, from the environmental and sustainability perspective, from the city attorney's office in terms of the legal perspective, and I guess from the finance department or from our vacant seat right there, from Gavin. Oh, there you are. From Gavin about the financial analysis of joining this organization.
I agree that I think we definitely need all of that analysis. The way that I was sort of envisioning it in my mind, and this might be inaccurate, was last time the report that came was super comprehensive. And if hypothetically the recommendation was to proceed, I don't think that the city would have joined the next day. I think it would have led to more analysis. And so it's almost like a two-phased approach, right? Where it's, are we going to clear that threshold of getting the basic due diligence items? And then at that point, the city attorney's office could get involved and everyone else can get involved. But I'm open to another approach. It just seems like last time that report was super comprehensive, it ultimately said, don't join. It's almost like I want that same report, see what it says. And then that would, based on the timing, that would give us the opportunity to do that further analysis.
Would it make sense for us to hold off on the feasibility analysis? I know that there was some discussion at the last meeting. You know, that's a serious investment from them in order to provide that feasibility analysis. Do we want to do a little bit more of our own due diligence before we ask them to take
I
that
think
step?
that's a good question. Let's hear from Sue, and then we'll kind of go to phase two with our conversation. Sue?
Yeah, I was wondering if we should, you know, given that we have a lot of facets to look at, the environmental committee can look at part of it, but I was wondering if we should get like kind of rough order of magnitude of how much work this is going to be for staff and for legal, so that we kind of know, because we have a lot of stuff going on. And, I think we're all supporting of clean energy. And I was on the subcommittee before with Alex. I think it was before you were even on the council. And we did a lot of work on OCPA. And we came to the conclusion that we weren't ready. But I think maybe, I don't know, would it be helpful to figure out how much time we'd have to invest in it before we embark on it?
We could ask them to come back to us with a work plan that even includes various scopes outside of their purview.
Mhm.
And they could work with the city manager on that. And I would like to see it in a phased approach where we don't waste a lot of time if we don't know upfront if there's reasons not to move forward.
That makes
That's
sense.
sort of how I'm looking at it.
Yeah.
Right. I retract
Well-
my earlier statement.
You know, if I were the ESC, I'd say, here's the action. Direction to refer the matter to the ESC for review and recommendation. Absolutely no description of the analysis that they're supposed to conduct.
Yeah.
So I don't get it. I mean, what do they do? I mean, maybe Alex, you were on the subcommittee, so I'm not anywhere near as informed as you two are on this, but I mean, what's the scope? What's the assignment?
That's part of the reason why I was recommending they maybe come back with a scope.
I think there's sort of two separate things about whether we want to, because I think you're right, this isn't really flushed out about what the scope of what that analysis is going to look like. And I think we want to maybe have the ESC bring that back to us. But for me, the question, so I think that's a good approach. And perhaps we could start with that previous report. It would be easy to look at what's the analysis that other cities have looked at when they've done their analysis, come up with sort of a scope of work of what that looks like, who's involved and then order of operations of that, because I see what you're saying. We don't want to just send this to a black hole and without any direction and then have it come back and it's not what we're looking for and there's a misalignment of goals. So I appreciate that.
So maybe it makes sense for the Environmental Sustainability Committee to look back at that previous report, determine what next steps are in terms of a scope to create a similar report this time around.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
And maybe make I don't know, I'm curious what the city manager thinks, but maybe make a recommendation to the city manager and the city attorney, and they can basically come back with what the order of operations to Mayor Orgill's point and the point I made earlier, but then also just what are the different layers of analysis.
Would you like
what do you
a
think,
simple
Dave?
recommendation on that, Dave, or would you like a motion?
I'm actually wishing I had Alex's list of all of our priorities because this is an important consideration within that as to the time, both from Megan's office, and the financial analysis isn't simple. I guess,
Don't you think that there's a way within what we're discussing here that could be addressed to?
well, the question is, as you're raising, should ESC do at least a part of the analysis, and then should it be sandwiched by a financial and legal one? But that would be done through Megan's office and us, which we could do.
Or what if EOC did whatever their analysis once they've defined a scope, and then they said we recommend no?
It was
I
a
mean,
first step.
Why would we even go
Okay.
any further?
As long as you knew that this would be two phases. ESC would come back with a recommendation as to whether or not they think it's a good idea in the first place, and then we'd buttress that later after that is done with a financial and legal analysis. Okay. I'm comfortable with that direction.
Direction only, no motion.
No, it'd be nice to have it in a motion.
Well, I think the no cost feasibility study.
I think that's the question. The feasibility study, which is no cost to us, it is not no cost to OCPA. So do we ask them to start work on that, or do we ask them to hold off until we have more direction?
I know Jeremy's worked on this a bit, as well as Gavin. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I would recommend starting the feasibility study. It takes time. There's lead time on it. We have one from 2019. It's just prudent to update that so we understand our energy load as a community anyhow.
So we did that before.
And it's no cost and not binding in any way.
Could we just resurrect that? Because what would our energy requirements be all that different? haven't built much. We don't have light industrial here. I don't know.
Steve and I were talking about that. Given that it's almost a decade, just prudent, maybe once a decade to evaluate that, but we would probably be pretty close to those numbers.
So it seems like the burden is really on they're able to watch what we're saying up here and they're seeing the concerns we have. From our perspective, we have no downside to doing this study. Just a question of whether OCPA is looking at that and maybe they're like, you know what, it looks like there's some uncertainty here. We don't want to move forward. Or maybe they're saying, oh, it looks like there's a path. Sort of the ball's in their court as relates to that. From our perspective, we have no downside to doing this feasibility study. Is that a fair characterization?
Correct.
I agree. And I think that there are a lot of programs, things of outside of the legal side. There's a lot of programs and community benefit that may or may not occur. NEM 2.0, for example, and how that's resurrected, which is an energy savings and supports solar. Getting an understanding, and I think ESC would be great to flesh all those out and describe community benefits in those programs as a starting point. And then, yeah, if that looks appealing to the council at that time, then we could go into the legal side of it.
I'm going to attempt to make them. Oh, do you want to say something?
No, I'm good. I mean, I think another thing that needs to be, I want to have the power contracts looked at. The duration, the cost,
Yeah.
what the, green energy availability is, how much competition, I mean, all that stuff.
So with that said, do you want to move forward with the feasibility study?
That would be my preference. I don't see a downside on our end.
I guess the only downside I see is staff's time if we're not ready for it.
No, but I think that the no cost feasibility study is just them signing a document. As I understand it, right? That's the only staff time.
Okay. Then do we have a motion?
I think Bob wants to say something.
Yeah, I kind of like the direction the mayor was going earlier, which should be ask the Environmental Sustainability Committee to, I still don't understand what they're going to do.
Yeah.
So I'd like to have them outline a work plan that says this is our assignment. This is what we're going to do for you in return.
Well, you know me, I love plans, so.
Or
How about if they give us a work plan and say what they can do, what they can't do? We do the feasibility study in the meantime, because it doesn't cost us any money. And then they tell us, this is what we can do, this is what we're not going to do, and hand it off to us.
Well, yeah, I mean, I personally wouldn't move forward with the feasibility study, but if there's a majority, then that's fine. I mean, I think OCPA was here kind of saying to us, we don't really want to move forward with it unless you guys are serious, because it takes time and our resources too. I suspect we can get somewhat close with the 2019 study, but again, I'm not going to follow my sword over that. But I would like to see a work plan that sort of describes what the Environmental Sustainability Committee is going to evaluate in terms of making a recommendation back to us.
Well, that's a very good point, what you raised as far as they wanted to know if we were partially in or partially out, right? And if we do the feasibility study, is that going to make us feel a sense of obligation?
Not me.
Not me.
Okay, well, I would like the Sustainability Committee to come back with a work plan. We have you two that right now. So now it's up to Hallie.
Isn't it always up to me? Why don't we ask the Environmental Sustainability Committee to come back with a work plan for what the committee would like to produce, and the timeline for that, and then additional or subsequent work you think needs to be done from the city attorney or the finance department's office or the city manager's office. And included in that work plan, the ESC could make a recommendation on as to whether or not you think it's a good idea to embark upon this no-cost feasibility study and how that fits in the timeline with all the other work that would be required. I would imagine that committee could put that work plan together relatively quickly, so it wouldn't delay the feasibility study by that much.
So basically what you're saying, Mayor Pro Tem, is to have sort of two things. One is that the committee to come up with a recommendation about whether we should move forward with the feasibility study, like a high level recommendation, and then also a work plan for how we would evaluate the risks.
I think it's less of a recommendation on whether or not to move forward with the feasibility study and more an analysis of the different studies that need to be done and where the feasibility study fits into that.
I guess I'm just, because if the question about whether we do the feasibility studies, if we're serious, having them come back and telling us what studies need to be done to weigh whether we want to move forward isn't really going to move the ball there, right?
I guess from my perspective, what I see coming out of the ESC is a full picture of all of the work that would need to be done for us to make this decision, including the feasibility study. And for me, I would prefer to make the decision to move forward with the feasibility study, understanding all of the steps that we're going to need to take, because I think it is a possibility that the Environmental Sustainability Committee will come to us with a plan that feels so complex and so heavy in terms of staff resources that we might, as a council, decide we can't take this on right now. We need to push this another year.
So I would agree with that. So if I simplified that, if they came back to us and said, you know what, there's a 60% chance that we will move forward, then I would be more inclined to move forward with the feasibility study. If it's in reverse, then I would be less inclined. So do we need a motion for that? What we just said? Sue,
think-
did you have something?
It's always good to have a motion.
Okay, so I would move that we affirm council direction to refer the matter to the Environmental Sustainability Committee for completion of a work plan that includes necessary studies regarding potential participation in OCPA, including the no-cost feasibility study. Full stop.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. That's it for consent. Before we take a break, I'd like to point something out, and I just heard this yesterday, and I think this is very interesting. What I heard was you guys always agree with one another, this council. They always agree with one another. And I think what we just experienced was a debate between all of us. And there was not a consensus, but we talked it through, we debated it, and ultimately we found a path forward. So this happens quite a bit up here, and I think it's just worth noting. Thank you. So we'll take a 5-minute break. What?
Ready.
The meeting is coming back to order. If everyone will take their seats or depart.
The voice of authority. On what? Well, I don't know yet. So we're back. We're going to start the regular business, starting with number 10, Emergency Operations Center. Do we have a presentation?
We do. I don't know if Anne Marie, if you could, I sent you a link to the PowerPoint about 20 minutes ago. I'm always right on time, as you know. I'm going to be joined by Sarah and Chief King and Tom Perez.
My Outlook hasn't updated, so it hasn't come through.
Trying to send it around again. Yeah, it just came by, maybe. I sent it to Jeremy too. Upload it. No. I can start. Oh, there we go. Okay. Only took like 45 seconds. Get across the room.
Through our very secure internet firewall.
All right. Okay, thank you very much. So for the council and for folks in the audience at home, this is coming back after a discussion at the strategic planning session, and it's coming back because I truly am at a loss as to what to do. And I usually feel like, I should make a good, strong recommendation on something, but this is one I'm having a hard time with. So I figured I'd punt to you guys, or at least, and then you can punt back and say we need more information. But this is about Emergency Operations Center. Next slide, please. So what is an EOC? It's basically a room that's set up and ready to go that you just walk in, open the door, all the IT is set up. There's even like a dispatch console, and we're ready to respond to emergency when it's happening. So this is commonplace in many cities. The average size is about 2,000 square feet. It has enough space and workstation to accommodate breakout rooms so that if the management group, those are folks like the incident commander and the emergency operations chief and the public safety chiefs, all need to get together and coordinate on something, they have that room. It's got enough room for our mutual aid partners. There's a lot of them in Laguna. And it allows the full allocation of city staff to be there, and we calculate that to be about 45 different workstations. So 44 people would be in a fully activated EOC. Our current EOC is working, but it does have some problems. As folks point out, it's our break room. So it's not set up. It takes about 40 to 45 minutes to fully set up. It has huge vending machines in it, which is nice for vending, but it's also very distracting. It doubles as a, and so that's what we're working with today. A new EOC could also double as a training room and a conference room, but not a break room. That's really kind of where we don't measure up as we should. It's a secure facility. It has a backup power source like a generator in the event of a public safety power shut off. And then it has, arguably, if you're going to be there a long time, you certainly need bathrooms. It's good to have a shower nearby. Next slide, please. So we talked about this a little bit at the strategy session. The budget included about $600,000 to set this up. Construction bids came in quite high. We even pulled out the portable generator and retooled it. It still came in at over $1 million. So my question to the council on that Friday was, do we want to invest this significant amount of money in the EOC at the Community and Recreation Center? Maybe we do, but it kind of depends on how long we might keep the CRC. Next slide. So we, as staff, came back and looked at this a little bit more with what I call two viable approaches. One, and these are, I didn't pick A or B necessarily to weigh one against the other, one above the other. But one of them is to look at the existing city hall. We know it's a historic structure, but in the back, we do have second floors, not everywhere. Some places we have just single floors. We could expand where the break room is and potentially get enough space in there to do a fully operational EOC. It already has a generator, but the power sources, the panels would need to be upgraded. It can be seismically supported. It would be set up like as a platform over the first story. And then we could possibly relocate the police department's dispatch to a permanent EOC. This is important because the dispatch is needed in the EOC anyway, but and our current dispatch is too cramped. And folks who work there complain about the workspace. The second approach at the CRC is to remodel 2 classrooms. We probably almost definitely need to have a generator there. It could be a little smaller, it could be a good size to power the whole thing. I'd like to get at least 4 to 5 years out of it, and then you could recoup some of those costs even after 4 or 5 years if you sold or leased the building. And it would include a remote dispatch station. I'll do the cost comparison in a minute. Next slide, please. So this is kind of what we're looking at City Hall. And actually that's the yellow box is against the parking lot, and the parking lot is against the hill, just to ground you. Where we are in the council chambers is just off the bottom of the slide. So that's an area that has 1-story and 2-story, again, where the break room is. Next slide. This would be the location at the CRC. This is in the kind of the second wing of classrooms there, just right outside the basketball courts. Next slide, please, and skate park. So I'm going to get into cost in just a second, but before that, I think the biggest consideration for the council is if we kept it here, could we do it fast? I think Councilmember Whalen appropriately pointed out we take a long time to do things. We're talking about a building that has a historic status. How quickly could we get this approved, if we could get it approved, even including a coastal development permit? Also, what to do with the existing EOC while this is under construction is a factor. And then there's a possibility or likelihood, actually, that we'll be building a new fire station #1. And if that has administrative space or maybe a new site for the EOC there, is the old site, the one that we would have just built, repurposable? The answer to that is yes, but that needs to be a consideration. Keeping it the CRC, if we head that way, we'll want to rebid it with a generator. It could be constructible as soon as July 2026. It doesn't require the same approvals. We think it's about a 3-month work period. And then the next slide, I talk about what's probably repurposable if indeed the CRC was sold. So you can move to the next slide. So I've kind of rattled through a lot of the pros and cons. I won't spend much time on this slide, but we can refer back to it. Next slide. So these are really rough estimates. If we were to stay at City Hall, that's the green upper box there. None of these costs are incurred except for the generator. We already have a generator at the City Hall. We estimate that to be about a $4.6 million project. That includes a new dispatch center, so the full move of the police dispatch. We do potentially have some options to offset the temporary EOC costs. We could maybe set up the temporary one at the CRC, which is with furnishings for a bit, like we do in the break room. And then the far column is, are these costs recoverable or repurposable? And I tried to just kind of generally quantify what those would be. And then down at the bottom, that far right-hand corner, the bottom right-hand corner, I talked about if what would be the fiscal net loss if we did this? In other words, what's not repurposable, what's just kind of wasted, used money? And I come up with about 55,000 again in a rough estimate. Next slide. So we did it, the CRC, the numbers are a little different. Some of the costs we've incurred already. We have designed it. We haven't constructed it, of course. Fewer costs are recoverable, but the overall price tag is less. We would have a dispatch station that could be disassembled. Some of those costs are recoverable. This includes a $400,000 generator setup, which is repurposable definitely. If the CRC was sold, we'd pick up that generator, not at minimal cost, but at some cost, and then probably use it at the Suzy Q to be the generator for the Suzy Q. So I figure the net loss here is about $1 million from the $2 million price tag. Next slide. So possible actions. You could pick a path now. That's the second bullet. We'd bring back the implementation steps, or you could give us some more direction, what's missing, what might help you make the decision, and are there sites we missed? And with that, I'll conclude my comments. Do have, again, Nico, Sarah, and Tom here ready to answer any of your tough questions, because I won't be able to. Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions of staff or city manager? Council? None?
Just ask one question. So, because one of the things that I think I've identified, and this was confirmed when I met with the new head of the police association, is a real need for improved dispatch space. And I think, our dispatchers play an underrated role. I mean, you really can't overestimate the impact that they have, because if they don't do their job, nobody can know about where an event occurs, and our first responders can't get to them. So am I correct in understanding that under both scenarios there'd be a dispatch station, or would that be just for the scenario at City Hall?
You're correct. There'd be a dispatch function, but actually, I should let Sarah or Nico answer this one, because we would still have a dispatch function if we didn't move dispatch away to the new EOC, we'd still have some function there, right?
Yeah, we have the ability to put in a dispatch station, which provides redundancy to our current dispatch, but it's not an entire dispatch center. It's just one console, one station for a dispatcher to work at. So the current idea is that if something happens to City Hall, they're evacuated, we have some sort of redundancy, but it's not an entire new center.
But if we do the City Hall option, would that be an entirely new center?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Right.
Okay.
I know Chief Calvert's here if he wants to chime in, but that would be, I'm trying to kill two birds with one stone and saying, if we need to redo the dispatch anyway, why not combine it with a space where it would be a friendly use at an EOC. And obviously, the entirety of the EOC would be quiet most of the time, and the dispatch center would be busy. And then when an emergency happened, there'd be both there functioning.
Could we ask the Chief Calvert to come up? Chief, do you want to weigh in on sort of the issues that were just brought up in the conversation we just had, that the city manager and I just had about this?
Yeah, absolutely. So when I started here in 1996, they were in the same dispatch center, and our minimum deployment was one dispatcher.
Wow.
Our minimum deployment now is 2 or 3 dispatchers. We've layered in a lot of hardware and technology into that center. It is very small. They've got a very small bathroom, a little kitchenette in there. And it's just, they're a terrific team. They're the only team in Orange County that dispatches for police, fire, and marine safety. And in talking with the city manager, we agreed this would be a good opportunity to take them out of that small space and let them stretch their legs in a larger space that's more conducive to a positive work environment.
So that would be the City Hall option would allow for that?
Yeah, I mean, in addition to, we're talking about adding on, drones as first responders, creating a space for a drone operator. So, if we're able to expand the space up there, we could actually, it's very similar to the the real-time intelligence center in Tustin that the sheriff's department has. Everything's centralized in one space. Dispatch center, their emergency operations center, and their intelligence arm.
Thank you.
I do need to point out that we haven't landed on whether or not there's enough space, like in my yellow box, to do all of this well. I would want to make sure we're doing all of this well rather than create a new cramped situation.
I have a question regarding that, but before we, are there any other questions for Chief? None? Thank you, Chief. Can we go back to the slide where he showed the yellow box at City Hall? The proposed renovation or area to be added? Right there. So Dave, is there a reason why it can't extend back over where the legal is? And I believe, what else is back there?
No, we were talking about that a little bit today. There isn't a reason why you couldn't do that. So yeah, that where the red dot is.
Yeah.
Is where Megan's office is. All of that is Megan's office. It's like, empty.
Well,
No, it's
considering, I know
HR
that
and-
this
and
isn't
the-
about city needs right now, but I think that if we were doing this, considering what we learned in the facilities master plan, that would be something that should be considered at the same time to get maximum use out of the building. So, okay, no other questions of staff? Any speakers on this matter? Okay, approach.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Temp, council members, and staff. Hello. I'm Shelley Beneke, your chair of the Emergency Disaster Preparedness Committee, and we're just here collectively to speak on the support of an immediate EOC. And I think this is just important to put in context that we have a break room that dubs as one, right? So Sue mentioned during the strategy meeting that she was, in there, and it works, when you can actually get it up and running. But Dave just mentioned it's 40 to 45 minutes. And each of us know, time matters in a situation. So I would just say that, there's definitely a possibility, like Dave has mentioned, of a phased approach, but there isn't an immediate need. So I think if I kind of dimensionalize this and say, who do I want to be in the trenches with? It's King, Calvert, and Lemonis. I bet on them. And what I would ask is that you guys actually ask them directly what they need and what they want and by when. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Matt Lawson, I used to be Shelley. I think it's very important. I think we really have two questions here. First off, as far as the Emergency Operations Center is concerned, we have known for 4 years that we do not have a single seismically competent facility owned by the city. And now we do that we have the St. Catherine School because it's a school. We have I think it's fair to say that we've probably underinvested seriously in public safety for the better part of 50 or 60 years. And so we're stuck with these old facilities. I can't really point fingers because aside from Station 1, I'm actually older than any of them. But the simple fact is that it was agreed 3 years ago that we definitely needed to have a real EOC. What we have now is kind of a makeshift. It's basically not big enough. It's not well situated. It's in a floodplain, and it's in a building that is seismically fragile, to say the least. And I think what we're going to have to do ultimately is set up a real public safety facility that may include a new police station, a new Station 1, emergency dispatch for sure, and possibly an EOC down the road, but that's not going to happen quickly. What we need is something now, because we are the disaster capital of Orange County, if not Southern California. The simple fact is that we are not equipped right now to respond effectively to a major regional seismic event. And we have been told that there will not be emergency mutual aid for some time. A fellow who happens to be a second-generation Laguna resident has said in writing to the city and has told us, some of us privately, that in fact it's unlikely that we would get any outside aid from state or federal officials for 1 to 5 days. We need that EOC, and we need it yesterday. Actually, we needed it 3 years ago, and in fact, it was budgeted 3 years ago. And I remember standing here at the budget hearing back in, I think it was May of '23, if I'm not mistaken, having been told by our then deputy fire chief that in fact, for whatever reason, the $500,000 or $500,000 or $600,000 for that had been arbitrarily cut out of the budget. There was no excuse for it then. There's no excuse for it now. We're going to be spending a lot of money, something like $162 million, whatever it costs to build out that EOC within the next 90 days. We can't afford. God knows when we're going to get what we're going to do with the CRC and how long it would take to build another layer, if you will, to modify an historic structure, particularly if it requires a CDP. You know it's going to get appealed to the Coastal Commission and possibly to the courts. So let's get that done, and then let's get done what we need for the dispatchers, because they are important and they're vital, and we need it. Mr. Mayor, if you'll give me another 30 seconds, I just want to mention one other issue.
30 seconds.
Not really very, it kind of pertains to this because it pertains to communication. 5 years ago, we were told by the then city manager that we're going to get police radios to help the building inspectors. And I think there are, 7 or 8 of them, plus the building official. We're going to get radios so that they can communicate in the event of a major incident where they had to get people back into their homes and businesses. To the best of my knowledge, that still hasn't happened. And I'm not sure why that hasn't happened. And I hope we can make that happen quickly, and I hope that our new city manager will take action on that, obviously subject to the advice of the public safety professionals within the city. I include in that the new building official, because I view that as another public safety department along with Public Works. We don't have 3 public safety agencies. We actually have 5. So let's try and get that done if we possibly can. There's not a lot of money involved. So thank you for that as well.
Next speaker.
City Council. I'm here surprised. Back when I was on EDPC, I thought the EOC was well on its way to being done. And unfortunately, it's not. So let me just reiterate kind of the importance and why this needs to be done right away. The ideal EOC, I think we all view as a necessity for pretty simple and obvious reasons. Emergency threats are real and significant. Fire, earthquake, flood. It has happened, can happen, and almost certainly will happen in the future. Compounded by our geography, hills, narrow roads, only 3 access roads in and out of Laguna Beach, we are a serious risk as a community. Emergency services are critical. They deal with loss of property, loss of life, evacuation, emergency services. We can have the best services for our community. That is a possibility. In fact, that is a realistic requirement. We already have a great fire department and a great police department. It's meaningless if in the event of an emergency, the services of those entities cannot be coordinated. It certainly will lead to the loss of life and property. The better coordinated, the better the services, more lives saved, more property prevented from serious damage. Indeed, it's a core mission of the city to provide for effective public safety. I can't imagine a better use of city funds. And at the center of public safety, at the core of it, is in the event of an emergency, an effective, or as was presented, an ideal EOC. I think we all agree that the current EOC is inadequate. It's actually a bit of a joke, a break room with vending machines that's set up not at the spur of the moment. The ideal EOC as proposed is what is necessary. The city council should not settle for anything less, and it should be prioritized. Now, the only reason that I understand for not putting it in the CRC and considering these alternatives is because of the potential sale of the CRC. The way I view it is we're all set up to go. That's been the plan. That's been the money allocated. And the costs are what the costs are. We need to pay to have an effective ideal EOC. To delay it further based on these alternatives with earthquake issues, with coastal commission issues, is more spinning the clock, more delays, with no certainty that this thing's even going to happen next year or the following year. We have set up a CRC, one last comment. If there is a potential sale, as I understand it, it's going to be at a substantial profit. And it's likely to be down the line years, not months, years. If that occurs, and we've set up the CRC there, the money earned from the sale can provide for an effective relocation of the CRC to a better facility. In fact, it should not be done until that has been arranged. In the meantime, we have a EOC in operation now to provide the coordination that could become mission critical in an event of emergency, which could happen at any time. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Orgill and council members. Sonny Myers, member EDPC, director of our CERT program, and a 56-year resident of Laguna Beach. I'm a retired contractor, and I've worked on a couple of the buildings, City Hall, Fire Station in South Laguna. So they were falling apart then when I worked on them back in the 80s. I support our EDPC resolution in favor of the previously approved EOC at the LBCRC and the allocation of additional funds necessary to complete the build out of a up-to-date, technology-ready EOC for our city. I don't support selling the LBCRC at this time, but as my colleague Tom Gibbs mentioned, that property may be sold at a substantial profit at a later date, and spending $1.5 million or $2 million on an EOC at this time, even if it's for 4 or 5 years, still makes sense as a return on investment. We could still use the facility for the immediate EOC build out. 90 days, we're in, we're moving. We've got the facility, it's secure, it's earthquake safe. And we would still use it for fire admin, the rec department, and the community programs that we originally purchased the property for. I've spoken to people that, on both sides, that want to keep it for community, but also on this safety preparedness side, it's important that we have an EOC right away. My third point is we should never stop planning to update our critical infrastructure and continue planning for Station 1, which would be a complete deal, but it's going to be 5, 6, 7 years down the road, easy, based on just getting Station 4 going. What's that been? 5 years, and we haven't touched a shovel yet. So build out the EOC now down in South Laguna. I think we can recoup the investment. Don't put an EOC on stilts over a seismically unsound building. I think to spend $4.5 million on top of an old building that's not seismically sound is kind of a bad idea. Build the one in South Laguna as previously approved. Thank you very much.
Hello, Council. My name is Janice Hayden. I'm a resident and a CERT member. I'd like to thank and commend the Council and the staff leadership for their consistent focus on improving public safety, especially emergency preparedness. I support the Emergency Disaster Preparedness Committee's recommendation to immediately establish an EOC in the Community Recreation Center based not only on their recommendation, but also on the compelling analysis in the City Manager's staff report. A guiding principle is that an EOC must remain operational when everything else fails. To quote FEMA, the biggest consideration in EOC site selection is avoiding potential hazards. For example, it would be counterproductive to locate EOCs in floodplains. As we all know, businesses in Forest Ave, Ocean Ave, and Broadway need to take precautions against flooding during heavy rains. We must be prepared for heavier rains, flooded roads that would prevent emergency staff from getting to City Hall, and power, fiber, and telecom interruptions due to flooding. Additionally, FEMA says that an EOC is ideally located in an area with limited traffic so that emergency operations are not impacted by congestion. As we all know, downtown Laguna Beach is gridlocked on a good day. When there is an emergency that requires evacuation, getting to City Hall is nearly impossible, as I have experienced when I have tried to reach the Suzy Q to help set up the shelter during evacuations. If the EOC were located at City Hall, it would not be a dedicated space. It would continue to double as a break room. It is estimated that it would take 6 times as long to construct, and it is estimated to cost more than twice what it will cost to construct an EOC at the seismically sound City Recreation Center. It would be wise to take advantage of this opportunity. We can have an EOC in a hardened building with fire administration already present that is estimated to take only 3 months and cost $2 million. It sounds like a deal to me. Let's do this and not kick the can down the road.
Hi, Aaron Peluso. I am probably going to lose some popularity here tonight, but I'm going to take a little bit of a contrarian view. So I'm in real estate, and I don't see, when you're investing in buildings and construction like this, I think it's important to take a long-term view. And so if you're going to go through the process of developing that, I know some work's been done here. I just see the CRC St. Catharines as, you got a building that's worth, I think it's on the order of $30 million there. And it's sitting there as some random staff offices and my daughter's gymnastics class and basketball for a few hours every other Thursday or whatever it is. But it's lowly utilized. And so that, for a $30 million asset, you guys should be netting $1.5 million a year. So every year that thing is used like that, you're losing, there's an opportunity cost. You're losing a lot of money. And so if we were to move the CRC there, then there's a barrier, an additional barrier to ever doing anything to recapture that value and get that cash, those dollars and that cash flow out of the building. So I understand the timeliness on some level. Again, my question would be, outwardly speaking, I think our fire and police have done a great job with the facilities they have. I'm not aware of any, we had a fire last year. Everything seemed to go really well. Thank you. And maybe we look at doing this at City Hall and doing it right in a way that's going to endure for generations, not 4 or 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there. Thank you for the City Manager Dave Kiff. Thank you for putting the pros and cons. I think that's a good example to set. Think it'd be great to see that more often on a lot of these agenda items, so everybody can kind of see everything out. And it seems pretty. I have to disagree with Aaron over here. It seems pretty clear that if you're going to build it at City Hall, you have to have a temporary location that's probably going to be at the CRC. So it sounds like that's already pretty obvious there. And even if, like you said, it's only going to be 4 or 5 years, who knows how long that's going to take? We don't know yet what the plan is for the CRC with that property. I think it's pretty clear that getting something, if it's very important to have a place to function during a potential disaster, whatever's the fastest thing right now, but at the same time looking long term. So it looks like that the CRC is the best option. I think it's important to remember when people talk about flooding, downtown flooded multiple times in the 90s. Nobody could get down here. I'm trying to remember when I was a kid, it was like 2 feet high, something like that. And so I don't think there's ever going to be while I say that at the same time, there's never going to be a perfect location because we don't know when the disaster hits. It could be in the middle of the night when everybody's at home. It could be in the middle of the day when everybody's at work. So I'm sure leaning on the fire chief and the police chief on what's the best location, but I'm sure it's going to be tough to find the perfect one. I think the most important thing probably is the immediate need. Maybe the CRC can be used as a temporary location until the funds are decided or what happens with Fire Station 1 is decided, but it doesn't seem like it's a terrible investment to have something created for the immediate future at the CRC where that money could eventually be recouped anyways, or if, like I said, you decide to build it downtown. So I think it's pretty clear with the pros and cons. I don't think no showers is gonna derail anything. But yeah, hopefully you guys can make the right decision here. And I think it'd be great to see it at the CRC for the time being. And it's great that we're putting a focus on this. I'd be also curious to know, to hear from Councilmember Rugani about what was missing during the fire events from recently, and then also Councilmember Whalen, since you've been on here the longest, and we're here in '93 in the fire, what happened then? Where was the EOC, and also maybe why there hasn't been that investment? And I'm sure there's a reason with funding, but it'd be good to hear that perspective from you on that, because it's difficult to find a perfect location for it. I think I recall my parents were saying that the city eventually was going to let the town burn. They were going to protect the homes. And so the town was going to get destroyed, but we ended up saving the hillside in Mystic Hill. So, that goes back to there's never going to be a perfect location. So, but yeah, to hear that perspective from you guys, and sorry, thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is David Horn. I'm a member of the EDPC. First, I'd like to thank the Council for you changed the work plan for the EDPC to allow us to work along lifelines. That was a very good decision on your part. I just came back from about a week ago, 2-day meeting in Anaheim. I was representing with Debbie Neve, the Water District, and the theme of that conference was Building for Tomorrow, Integrating Lifeline Infrastructure. That is the way of the future. It's not going to be, incidents are going to be looked at from a holistic standpoint of the lifelines. The lifelines are safety and security, food, hydration and shelter, health and medical, water systems, power, communication, transportation, and hazardous material. Now, how does this relate to the EOC? Well, it relates to an EOC because if there's an incident, those lifeline representatives have to gather. And the theory of that is that when they get in one place and they begin to work together, you prevent an incident from cascading into a crisis, which then cascades into a catastrophe. So the whole idea of the lifelines is these different teams working together, different focuses working together. They need a place to gather. It will be 35 to 45 people representing these different things. If you just think about water and power, we have 2 different power companies, we have 2 different water companies, we have the waste treatment plant. You begin to think about all these different lifelines, all the different people that would be attached to those, and they need to be together to make sound decisions about recovery, resilience, and how they can work together, and trying to especially look at the intersection of the critical lifelines. The most obvious critical intersection is power and water. If power and water aren't there, there's trouble. So having an EOC allows the lifeline representatives to work more effectively and prevent it from going to a catastrophe. And I'll just close with one comment. Hope is not a strategy.
Quick question. Was law enforcement included in that lifeline discussion?
Oh, yeah, that's part of safety and security.
Thank you.
Sure.
I've just got really tiny scrap of a detail. With any luck, we will soon have a new fire station. I presume it will have its own new generator. This talks about the $400,000 generator. You've got a generator at old fire station 4, which will presumably soon be surplus, and maybe you could fill in the meantime, if there's a year gap or something with a temporary least a temporary thing. It's $400,000.
Thank you. Any other speakers? None? Come back to council. Who'd like to start?
I have a question. Oh, go ahead, Bob.
No,
I'm
your
sorry.
question? Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, could this room be repurposed as an EOC? It's a big room. I mean, it's not used most of the time. Could it be repurposed as an EOC?
Do you mean temporarily, but keep it as council chambers as well?
Mm-hmm.
I foresee a lot of issues with this room in particular, like the windows. Obviously, in an earthquake, that's going to be a problem. Again, it's not seismically retrofitted or ready to go in that capacity, so we'd have to fix that. And then if we do have a disaster and you guys call an emergency council meeting, we'd have to vacate or relocate your council meeting. So I foresee that this could cause some issues for an emergency center like this.
It doesn't really bother me if we have an emergency and we have a council meeting. Emergency takes preference over the council meeting any day. But one of the things I've been concerned about is, like in 2012, I remember this really well because Bob was running for his first term, I think, and we had a fire at Ruby's. And we wouldn't be able to use the EOC there because there was fire right there. I mean, so the problem is, I mean, there's no guarantee if we, and I'm interested in this topic, so I'm not trying to be negative, but I'm just saying that it could be we have a fire. There's a lot of canyons over there. It could be that we have a fire there and we can't use the EOC. Maybe we have to come here. So I don't think it's necessarily, a guarantee if we put it there, that's going to be the end all be all. That's my only point. So, but, I sit in this room and I walk by City Hall all the time and I see this room is empty all the time and it's big. I've worked in the EOC, the temporary EOC. I don't know, I've probably been in there 5 or 6 times since I've been on council. It does take a little while to set it up, not 45 minutes, but you can set it up in there. It's not ideal. It's a little crowded, but it does work. So anyway, I just don't think there's a, perfect solution to this. That's my only point.
I'm just going to jump in here. Appreciate staff putting this together. I mean, I think as Dave said at the beginning, there's no perfect solution here. But from my own perspective, and as some people have noted, I've been around a long time, and things take a lot longer. Everything takes a lot longer than you think it's going to take. So 18 months, with waiving the design review, to get something here, I don't think is very likely. So I'm strongly in support of doing it at the CRC. It's a potential net loss of about $450,000 more than doing it temporarily here at City Hall. I think that's an insignificant amount to have an EOC that's up and going. Sue, I appreciate your points, but this is not seismically retrofitted building. That one is. The current size of the EOC, as our emergency operations coordinator has told us, doesn't even it seats about half the people you really want to have in the place. So I'm all in on the CRC, getting this up and going now within 3 to 6 months. We've been waiting 3 years for it. In terms of pursuing additions at City Hall, I think that may make sense. I think I move ahead with that, if that's sort of one of the recommendations that we're going to get from the Facilities Master Plan Committee, because I think that space will be needed either for some other department, whether it's Public Works moving over from across the street or dispatch and fire expanding. We need more space at City Hall. So I'm not downplaying that at all. I'm just saying, to me, it's much more important to grab for something that's feasible because Dave said earlier, with respect to the promenade, one thing you can be sure of is something unexpected is going to come up. Well, with respect to adding space at City Hall here, something unexpected is going to come up. It's the over under is, if it's 18 months, I'm taking the over. So I'm just saying, for me, I'm ready to move ahead. Appreciate the outline of the pros and cons, but I just think I think that as our speakers said, we're so disaster prone. I want to have a full blown EOC up and ready to go.
you have a comment? I'll make a few comments before Alex jumps in. As far as access is concerned, I like it here next to City Hall because Public Works is here, Police Department's here, and I just think the proximity makes a lot more sense to me. We talk about getting out of downtown is a challenge, but it depends on your perspective, where you're coming from, right? If you're down there, here, versus if you're here and you're trying to get down south and the road's closed, that could be a problem, especially when you have to cross Nyes, right? Because there's no side street that's easily navigable to get down that direction. So I like it one way or the other. I do believe it needs to be here. I think that when the building is remodeled, it would obviously be retrofitted. I also see a opportunity at some point when we start working on City Hall to explore some fire suppression systems, exterior fire suppression systems that would just really improve the safety of the City Hall if in the event that there is emergency. I'm not sure about the floodplain, or is this in the floodplains, this property, do you know? Is it? Is it? It is? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the whole town is, but anyway, so I would like to see it here. I would also, eventually, if we have to do a temporary one, I'd be open to that down at the CRC. I just don't think it's the ideal location ultimately.
Yeah, I mean, obviously public safety is our number one obligation, and we put this in the budget back when we did because it's a priority. It evidently wasn't a priority in terms of, it hasn't been programmed there. What I'm struggling with is sort of two things at hand. One is one of the reasons why we haven't invested in public safety to deal with all of our unmet needs is just because we're not spending money in a long-term way. And so if we had an infinite amount of money, it would be a no-brainer to do the CRC and do this. But I ultimately do think that a real-time, crime intelligence center is going to actually be the key to a lot of our public safety issues. And dealing with the dispatch issue is something that needs to be priority one, as well as doing an EOC. My final point is that I see the CRC and potentially selling it as that is going to be the funding source for a lot of the public safety investments that we need to make as a city. And so the more that we complicate that and we add more things there, the more that we delay that potential opportunity. So, I mean, it's a tough decision, I think, because we do need to have a functioning EOC, and for the seismic reasons, the current location just doesn't work. Again, I'm interested to hear what the rest of my colleagues think, but I could go either way. But I really do think that doing that additional level at City Hall is critical to deal with our police needs and to get a functioning CRC going. I was looking at it today, and it's so the way it's designed, it really is not going to have a public impact. I don't think it's appealable to the Coastal Commission. Is that right, Madam City Attorney?
In all events, it's not, except if the location that we're talking about somehow, if it's a different location than anything we've talked about, potentially you could come within an appeal, like a definition of an appealable. If
There's like ESHA or something on the
ESHA,
side.
if it's within 100 feet of a stream, whatever, but nothing we're talking about right now would qualify.
Appealable. Yeah, so I guess I'm interested to hear what my colleagues think. I just worry that putting, you can never do two. I think it would be, all these would be worthwhile investments if we could do both, but I'm struggling with the idea that we have limited funds and we have to make the highest and best use in terms of public safety investments. And it feels like putting it at the CRC is just not going to be achieving. It's just putting money that could otherwise be invested in other public safety facilities down the drain for a short period, which that's sort of the trade-off. So again, I want to hear from what the rest of my colleagues think. But that's how I'm looking at this, is that we have finite funds and we have to make sure that we make the necessary public safety investments, including dispatch, including, upgrading 3 of our fire stations, including, so many and looking at technology as it relates to wildfire. So the idea that this is just an easy choice to put it at the CRC, I don't see it that way, because there's an opportunity cost in how that money could be spent. So interested to hear what the rest of my colleagues think.
I'm just going to recap a bit on a bit of what Alex just said. So I do agree with Bob. I think that it's probably 3 or 4 years off if we did decide not just to do the second edition on City Hall, but I think that we should probably get serious at the same. If we did move forward with the addition at City Hall, we should also at least commit to what needs to happen at the police department and fire station number 1, and then move forward. I think all of those 3 decisions should come in short order. And I do think that I do agree with Bob. It's, even though we have a betting ordinance in town, I would be tempted to take you up, but
I wonder if there's a middle ground here where we can commit to building a permanent EOC at City Hall and at the same time create within 3 months an EOC at the CRC. It's a lot of acronyms to get us through that 3 to 4 year period where we would actually have a less expensive but more functional EOC than we have now, and we would be moving forward with a permanent location.
Can I think that's a good thought. Do we know that we can definitely get that in within 3 months? Because I guess that's another thing is, hypothetically, what if it's just like what we did a couple of years ago where we thought this was going to happen soon, and then it's 2 years out, and then we're in a position where it's like, oh, we could have gone for this better permanent location that's going to serve other needs, including our police department, but we're making an investment in something with the goal of it happening quickly, and it's not happening quickly.
Yeah, so along those lines, the project was bid out in October, so the bid now is older than 90 days, so we can call the contractor, see if he still would honor that bid price. And then if that were the case, we could come back to the next council meeting to recommend an award of contract. If for whatever reason he didn't want to, or he was no longer interested in the job, then we would likely need to come and ask to throw out the bids and rebid the project. So that would add to the timeline. But we were confident in the 3-month construction period. Okay. And if I can, while I'm going, speak a little to the other points raised. As far as middle ground, we did look at other options to lower the cost at the CRC. Things such as pulling the emergency generator out, looking at alternatives such as batteries or having rental agreements in place. So there's, I think, a number of options to look at in that realm.
I'd be really interested in a more bare bones temporary EOC at the CRC and just seeing what that would cost and understanding a little bit more if that's a financially feasible option. To Alex's point, the position I don't want to be in is we commit to spending money on a temporary EOC that then takes us 2 years, and we could have been halfway done with a permanent one here, and we're $1 million into a project. So I want to be thoughtful about the direction, and I want to commit to it and not hedge on it. So I am more inclined to commit to a permanent solution at City Hall.
Anybody?
Well,
You want to respond to any of that?
Yeah, I'll respond to some of it. I mean, because, people know where I'm at, right? I want to move ahead with it. I think we should move ahead and plan City Hall. Go for it. I mean, the facilities master plan has been, I don't know, supposed to be 2 years. Now it's 3 years, right? We're still waiting to hear action steps on it. But I would agree with you. Fire Station 1, next to City Hall. Build out the top of City Hall, right? Get our police and fire guys really set up here. Put this EOC in down here. You're talking about $450,000. And to Alex's point, I mean, I'm not there on selling the CRC, but what we did say a few months ago was we gave staff direction to put in as an overlay district there. We'd have to go, in order to realize the value, which may, in the end, probably be somebody else on this council rather than me, but which may in the end have significant dollars attached to it. But you've got to do the zoning overlay, you've got to entitle it, you've got to go through this whole process. And if you think that, you know, throwing some hotel project up there or some single family home development is going to go smoothly and quietly through the system, you know, I don't think so. But it might ultimately come out and you might have, what did the consultant say? What did Griffin say? Maybe $60 million if it was entitled into, you know, in today's dollars. That's a lot of money. So you might in the end take that. But all of that is a huge lift down the road. So let's just go for this, put it down there at the CRC. If, you know, if staff wants to tweak it here and there to save a little bit of money, we're already talking about just another 450,000. It gives us a secondary dispatch station, so we have redundancy, which you don't get at City Hall. We need a generator anyway. If we end up pulling it out of there, it's going to go over to the Suzy Q because we don't have a place to evacuate folks in town where there's a generator, where there's backup power. So I'm not disagreeing with any of the premises that are being put forth here. I just think it's to be realistic about the timeline and about the effort involved and about the challenges involved in doing all what we think we might want to do or might want to consider, you know, which ultimately might be a CRC sale. That's just way down the road. You're gonna recoup that money in the sale if it ever happens. And in the meantime, we've got a fully operational EOC with redundancy for dispatch and a generator that we don't have. I just think it's compelling. We just should do it.
Bob, can you remind me what's the 450? What are you referring to for the non-recoverable portion?
Well, the net loss is 550, you know, on that Dave has on the City Hall option, and the net loss of about $1 million on the CRC, and not recoverable.
Oh, so you're saying the delta between $1 million
between-
versus 550?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Dave, can you talk to me about this temporary EOC cost of $350,000 and what goes into that?
Yes, and what I was, I don't have that much experience in this, so it's a little bit of a wild ass, wild wag. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that. I wish I was on like my pain meds, I could excuse that away, but I'm not anymore. But what we're trying to look at what the options would be. So I was envisioning a triple wide trailer for 18 months with equipment. So it's not far off from that, but, and then what we were talking about, we do have other alternatives. We could potentially rely on someone else's EOC. We have mutual aid in place for that, hopefully short period of time, but, or as Sarah noted, also set something up at the CRC.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I think I'm a little bit just frustrated with the fact that we haven't done this yet when we committed to doing this before. I mean, you know, we're hearing from the public. It's not like we didn't prioritize this from the council level. We did everything we needed to do. And so now we're in this situation, and I'm just trying to look at this from what's the highest and best use of our funds as we move forward. And I think that, you know, unfortunately, I think it would take, if we could guarantee it was 18 months to get that up, I would do it. I just don't know that we're capable of that at this moment in time. I would like for us as a city to become capable of doing things in a timely manner and of cost estimates that are accurate, so that we're not in this situation like we are right now, where we as the council have to be put in a situation of kind of making tough choices and re-looking at things that we already committed to. So I think ultimately I'm going to agree with Bob that the right course is to do this, but I'm kind of saying that reluctantly, in that it's just based on the circumstances that are in front of us, because it's just frustrating that we're in the situation that we're in, and we're trying to do our best to deploy funds where they need to be deployed. But I do think that we need to really prioritize that second level, you know, program, because I think it's so critical that we give our police dispatchers the space that they need to do their jobs effectively, because that makes the difference in terms of public safety every single day, right? Not just in the case of an emergency. So I'm supportive of what, if there's a way to cut the costs, as the Mayor Pro Tem suggested, I'd be supportive of that, but that's where I am.
I'm on the same page as you, Councilmember Unagi. I can swallow hard and support this with the same frustrations. And I certainly would look at how we can cut costs with the understanding that this ideally is a 4 to 5 year facility while we're moving forward with a more permanent solution.
I don't think we could, would it be appropriate for us to discuss having you come back with the other, with the build out at City Hall?
Certainly what I'm hearing from at least a majority is that we'd release the hounds on doing a bid, or contacting the previous bidder and or releasing a new bid with maybe some value engineering. But again, I think it's been pretty tightly value engineered. So that would go unabated. So what would be coming back to you on that side of things is hopefully a bid award within a handful of months. Again, that depends on the contractor and at the same time, Gavin and I have been talking about bringing back from your strategic planning session, an FMP recommendation, which isn't very far from what Bob was saying. I was patting myself on the back because I think I nailed it, because I was listening to Bob was laying out about how I would do that. Prioritize Fire Station 1, prioritize some improvements to City Hall. So we're going to bring that back to you on the 24th as a part of the strategic planning session update, again, for discussion. So that'd be the plan.
City Hall, including the police department?
Including,
Or the,
yeah, I didn't get into that much detail, but it sounds like I need to. But it was making City Hall enough where we could accommodate it, the changes that need to be made right now to the building, which would include dispatch.
dispatch and having the department ready to, accommodate new technologies as we move forward.
That would be the hope, yes.
Yeah. Okay, so do we need a motion on this, or how do you feel, Sue? Do you have any other comments?
I mean, I don't love it. I'll go along with it, but I don't love the CRC option particularly. Really, if I had my way, we'd stay here and try to build a new fire station, but as Bob said, it takes a while to do that. So in the meantime, I guess we got to bite the bullet. I don't know.
2 times in a row that we're not completely agreeing with one another.
Well, we talk it
Yeah.
out like adults.
Alex really has chills now.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not making her mad.
So,
Okay.
you want me to kind of say what I heard as a motion again?
Please.
You would move that we move forward with the CRC fully built out EOC with the contracting process for that. And at the same time, we bring back to you, hopefully by the 24th, a plan to build out the new Fire Station 1 and the new modifications to City Hall that accommodate especially the police and police dispatch.
Dave, where are we going to get this money? Do we have money set aside for this?
No?
Is it our CRP? It's not all CIP money, is it?
No, we don't have enough in CIP. We'd have to talk about the phasing for it. Yeah, I mean, that goes into all of our discussions anyway.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So if that would be the motion, you guys would want to make it or reaffirm it.
Can you just check, it doesn't need to be a part of the motion, into what John Thomas said about the generator
Sure.
reuse?
Yeah.
That would be interesting.
That's a good idea. Okay, so I'd move that we move ahead with the option outlined for the fully operational EOC at the CRC, and that we direct staff to come back to us hopefully on the 24th of February with respect to the proposed build out at City Hall and the location of the Fire Station 1, a new Fire Station 1 adjacent to City Hall.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Approved unanimously?
And as we close that, I really want to thank you for the discussion. I want to thank the audience. Again, this is a difficult thing for me to try to navigate through. but I appreciate the points made about trying to do things faster, better. We'll continue to try to make improvements there, and I appreciate the team here for being there. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Hospital action plan. Do we have a,
We don't have a staff report on this one. This is an opportunity for council members Whalen and Renaki to kind of, as the ad hoc committee, to kind of talk about what they'd like to see come back in a more structured discussion. And it'll certainly allow more public awareness of what the council steps might be.
great, well, do you want to, which one of you two would like to get the
You want to
conversation
start
going?
off?
On the hospital action plan, well, yeah, I think we can both speak to it. So, we heard from Seth Teagan at our last meeting about their plan to close the acute care hospital in 2030 because of the seismic retrofitting costs, and they're not inclined to make an investment in that. And I think what we need to do, is gear up and be prepared to analyze our options and gather input from the community, gather more input from the hospital. So, I sketched something out that, and I think what we'd like to do, and Alex can jump in here, is, flesh out a plan to come back to council with what this process would look like, how it would involve, but basically at a high level, I view it as sort of an internal working group team with Alex and I as the ad hoc and various members of staff. And then I think gearing up a community group to weigh in and help give us feedback and direction on, what the community thinks is important to maintain at the hospital. So maybe I'll stop there and let Alex jump in.
Yeah, and I think that the goal here is to really clearly articulate what the city's position is, which is that we really want to have an emergency room in town that, when we think about the founding of that emergency room and why it exists because at the time there was a police officer who died because he bled out before he was able to get to the nearest hospital. And that need of having a close emergency room still exists today. You look at the data on strokes, every couple of minutes that it takes to get to a hospital, your odds of surviving with full brain capacity go down. And so there's just a clear need. And so what we want to start with is getting data from our from our fire department about the calls for service and what the impact would be. We want to look at what are our powers as it relates, which I think is our biggest point of leverage here which is our land use and zoning powers. How can those be leveraged to ensure that any plan include an emergency room? We want to look at our legal options. I know the Attorney General has been involved, and it's complicated and how that all played out in the past. We've also been looking at what happened with San Clemente. What can we learn from their experience in dealing with the hospital, and then potentially bring in a consultant who can help, who's an expert at dealing with the complexities around this. But essentially, I think the goal of this effort is to articulate what is the city's position here, make it very clear to all the stakeholders, especially the hospital, about what our position is, and then get the community engaged. And that's sort of the rough framework of what we're thinking about, and we want to hear from the community about this. But I have to think there's a win-win solution for both the city and the hospital, to ensure that we can have a workable emergency room in town.
Any other statements? So is the idea for a full service emergency room? Is that what you're referring to? I've heard that there's
I think
variations
that's
of
our
these emergency
goal, but we'd probably want to be studying all the different, that's where the data would come into play is. But that's our position as it stands now.
So I agree with the process. Would you reach out and get the community input sooner rather than later? I think that we're going to hear overwhelmingly that
Yeah.
We want the
Well,
full emergency room.
And I think what the first step is to sort of develop a work plan that includes how the community is going to be involved in all this. But we really want to understand what are our tools of leverage at play here, because that really is going to shape how we can do something about it.
Right. So focus on leverage, not compromise.
Well, I actually worked out a little statement that we'll talk about and see if we want to bring it back. But I think the way I'd articulate it is to work collaboratively with Mission Hospital to develop a plan to retain an emergency room at the Laguna Beach campus and to unlock the potential for the site to provide additional medical housing and other improvements beneficial to the residents of the city and a financial return to Mission as the owner of the hospital site. So, I think it is, as Alex said earlier, I think there's potential here for a win-win.
Okay.
We just have to work together at it. They're coming from the perspective of, they don't want to run the acute care hospital under current regulations. You can't have a standalone emergency room in California. So, there's obviously a different starting point, right? From what we think our community wants and needs and what the path they're currently on. And I think we have to work collaboratively to see if we can develop, as Alex said, a win-win outcome here.
Other comments?
No, but just, do we know how big Providence is in terms of revenues? I guess we don't, we'll figure that out, but I'm just wondering what their financial wherewithal is. I don't know.
Yeah, no idea. So what do you need from us, Dave?
What do we want to hear from the public?
I know, okay, but ultimately.
Yeah, I think a blessing from the council for Councilmembers Whalen and Ragi to work on this with me on a work plan, which we could distribute publicly and bring back as a consent item or otherwise.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure you had this opportunity and the public did have this discussion.
Right, okay. Are there any public comments?
Thank you. I think the discussion that you guys were kind of having is a good start. And I think from what I remember, and I rewatched it when the gentleman was here talking about it, I couldn't tell if he was kind of insinuating like, oh, well, we're going to need this 300 million to retrofit it, or else we're going to have to leave or change the services. And they only seem to be using 20%. We've got a massive parking garage. So it sounds like they're even aware that the footprint can be heavily reduced. And I think it's clear all the residents, including myself, we all want to make sure we have emergency services available in Laguna Beach. But with the town shrinking, obviously it's like, what's the footprint, right? The cost of completely retrofitting that. And then what, if we tear it down and we build a smaller, more efficient footprint, smaller parking garage, maybe using that additional space for housing, whether that's, senior housing, affordable housing, this is a massive footprint of land that we could repurpose and make it to where it works for everybody. And obviously within the laws, he did mention, as you were mentioning, Councilman Whalen, about the restrictions of the state of California. And so there's got to be some sort of small footprint that's kind of like a jump point where they go to that hospital, all emergency stuff can be done, and then they go out to wherever they need to go for the additional care. It's not a historic building. I don't think it probably should be pretty simple to tear it down and make it more efficient. It's, not Art Deco or anything beautiful or anything like that, right? So we know that parking garage is empty. I think it was previously discussed as using it for parking. I think it's used for beach parking now during the summertime. So it sounds like everything's there and that you guys have the ad hoc committee ready to analyze it. And I think leveraging the zoning, like Councilmember Runagi said, to get them to work with us on what we need, which is an emergency services, maybe a smaller footprint, utilizing the parking, or restructuring it and maximizing the additional land for us to be able to build some sort of housing to meet our needs from the state of California. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yeah, hi, John Thomas. First of all, I think the framework that Alex and I have laid out is good. Thank you. I got to say, I think this is really one of the most important topics that's come up, it blows away everything else. It is literally life and death. I sent an email earlier asking if we could see some data, and I got a response. Thank you, appreciate that. But I thought about it, and I said, you know, I think I'm really looking backwards. I wanted to know how this hospital is being used, and I wanted to know what happens when somebody gets in an ambulance. When do they go here, and when do they go somewhere else? What's the criteria? But I think really, what I think is really the most important question is, what does the community want? And for somebody that's always worried about cost, to me, first we figure out what we want, and then we figure out how we pay for it. But this is a wealthy community. I think the standard for medical facilities and care here, the expectations of this community, I think, are very high. And somehow we're going to have to figure it out. Sue asked the size of Mission, and I had looked it up, and I frankly can't remember the numbers. But remember, they're a part of a bigger system. They got lots of hospitals. So I don't know how to sort out what. I know they just got $50 million from Tony Mizo. Thank you, Tony. Anyway, I really think that you touched on it, that getting the community's opinion of what they want, I think, is really fundamental. And one of the things that I've learned in the last couple, I've been suffering under the misconception. I mean, we only live a couple blocks from the hospital and a couple blocks from the fire station. I always figured, you know, I'll have a heart attack, I'll have a stroke, I'm golden. The fire truck will get there in 2 minutes and I'll be over there and they'll fix me, you know, within 5 minutes. Now I understand, no. They're going to put you in the bus and they're going to drive you someplace else. Now, maybe they can hook you up to computers and stuff, but I don't think most people understand that. I think they think an emergency room is an emergency room. And when you got a serious problem, you're going to go right here. I think it's going to surprise a lot of people to find out that that's not what happens. So how do we get that kind of care where in Laguna, you don't have to be taken through traffic and everything somewhere else? That's closer to a trauma center. That's a big deal. But that's what I think we need to understand, what the community thinks we should have. So anyway, and again, cost be damned. And finally, you know, as an action item, I think you're on it. And I think a key part of, you know, what the city can be doing, I think a lot of this has got to come from the community and not really from you guys necessarily. This isn't totally your responsibility. But I think you can facilitate getting the community to tell you, you know, what do they really want? Anyway.
Thank you.
Hi again. I think John makes a great point in terms of investigating more precisely what it is that we actually want. I guess the thing that I would say is we need to stop Providence from pulling a Gelson's on us with our hospital, because they're on our hospital site and they control it. If they can shut it down and do whatever their plan is and shut down our emergency services, they can force everybody who would have gone to that hospital to go to their other campus that's already built. So they can go dark on us, basically. That hospital is permitted for 169 beds, 159, 160, the order of 160. I don't know how many are operating. There are models for hospitals as low as 8 to 16 beds that can have an ER attached to them. I don't know that it's going to provide the kind of service that we need, per John's comments. But we do need a hospital expert to come and advise us and educate us as to what we need. And I think that that's a really great plan. Bob, I also like your plan of trying to work with them. I think that that's the right way to go. But I think at the same time, we also need to be informing them that we also carry a stick as well. San Clemente, I looked up their process. They rezoned they modified their zoning on their hospital site so that an ER was required as a condition to operate on the site. The hospital subsequently closed and sued the city. Eventually, I think a couple years later, the court moved to dismiss their lawsuit, finding that the city had good grounds for public safety to require the ER. And then there was a workout which allowed for a sale with that condition. So it went up for sale, but they didn't receive any bids. But it was also 2020, so right during COVID. So I'm not sure if that means it was actually financially unviable or if that means they were trying to sell a hospital during COVID. But these are the kinds of things that we need to find out, and we need somebody who really knows their stuff. And if Providence isn't willing or able to operate a profitable hospital with an ER department there, maybe there's somebody else who will. Thank you.
Good evening again. Greg O'Loughlin speaking for the South Laguna Civic Association. Echoing Aaron's exactly the Gelson's comment. It's a frustrating thing. What do we do with private business when we are at the disadvantaged one? It's a very similar feeling. I can speak for the guys, the professionals in back. Our EMTs and our paramedics, they're not going to let the officer bleed out today on the long ride. So I think we are served better with the gear we've got on our trucks now, and we've bought that infrastructure so we can feel a little bit better. But the strokes, the sepsis, the heart attacks, these kind of things, those don't like long drives. So to answer the question about what the community, you're right. I'm hearing it. Greg, what are you doing about Gelson's? Like, I can do something about Gelson's. Right now, everyone is starting to learn, Greg, what are you doing about the hospital? It is the biggest issue, the single biggest issue. So we turn to the city. What is the city doing? I don't have the answers, but it's just really, really important. Just wanted to emphasize it. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
This reminds me of the battle to save the art museum. And remember how the community mobilized behind that? And this is a life and death thing beyond our artistic heritage. I've been doing the history of South Laguna book, and I've gone through all the people who did bake sales and talent shows and all the work they put in 1950s to get that hospital out of the ground. And the first hospital was only a one-story, 55-bed building. And that first hospital core, I believe, is still there. It's where the emergency room is, where the entrance is, the offices. Let's go back to a one-story building without seismic issues and let the the tower be something else. And then we could have a viable hospital. Providence has systematically made this hospital unpopular for doctors and for specialties. It's only doing orthopedics now. And they got rid of, a long time ago, delivering babies, no more. And it's not that we couldn't support such a hospital, it's that they are not really interested in serving a real hospital community. And maybe we should have some other owner. You know, the sisters, when they were before Providence, they did a big earthquake retrofit on the tower. I thought that had been taken care of, but I guess it wasn't enough. But they put a lot into it. They were more committed to making this a viable hospital than what we have going right now. So I appreciate what you're doing here, and this really needs to happen. And we need to mobilize everybody to make sure that we have a full service facility there. Thank you.
Thank you. When's the book going to be ready to publish?
If you'd stop having these issues come before the council that divert me onto other subjects. Chapter 3, 1, 2, and 3 are done, and I'm doing chapter 4.
How many chapters total?
About 10.
Okay.
But other people have written other chapters, so it's not just me.
Thanks for the update.
We got a cost estimate at our meeting last night. We can get 1,000 copies for about $16,000 printed. Now we just have to finish.
Yeah.
You might consider talking to realtors and construction people
and fill in the area between Laguna Beach and the islands in the distance so that you can build more houses to have more people be making use of the hospital. A little fun, but seriously concerned since I live close to the hospital too. I've taken people over, I've gone there myself. They're always busy in that emergency room. And they have some wonderful doctors and staff in there. I've been very much impressed over the years. But to lose that, would also, I think, affect tourists who would be concerned about, if I have an issue, how close can I be to getting it resolved by professionals? So I'm all for keeping the hospital and certainly trying to work with Providence, which seems to have a lot of problems at times. So you have a task on your agenda that is going to be demanding. Thank you for taking it.
Thank you. Other speakers? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to council. I would be interested in knowing, as you guys work your way through that, if there's evidence of decisions being made in the past where the hospital is intentionally made operational decisions to make it, more favorable to them to close it down.
You're talking about like the Attorney General issue where it somehow became combined with Big Mission?
That or anything else, it
Yeah.
would just be interesting. I mean, why they've limited service, various services, and I don't know, if I'm sure you guys are going to run across a lot of information as you work your way through this. So any other comments from council?
No, I'm just really grateful you guys are willing to take this on and appreciate how well you've listened to the community concerns. And I think you're really taking the right approach.
I wonder so I think all the comments that were very helpful. I'm wondering if one idea that we incorporate from the beginning is just like an online forum where people can submit feedback early on in ideas. That's not going to be the only public input. There's going to be a whole process, but just to early on get that feedback, maybe there's some ideas out there just to immediately involve the public. And then as we develop a work plan and figure out how we go about the next steps, that might be a helpful first step.
Yeah, it's a good idea. So I think we will, I don't know how quickly we'll get back with a work plan, but hopefully, if not the next meeting, the meeting after that.
That sounds good.
Right, the first meeting in March. So I guess the motion would be to direct the ad hoc committee, what are we called? The Mission Hospital Ad Hoc Committee, I guess, to develop a work plan with respect to the proposed closure of the hospital that would involve steps to be taken both internally and externally, and a process to involve community members in providing input to the city on what they think they want to see at the hospital site.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Passes unanimously. Okay, we'll move on to number 12, city charter discussion. Is there a presentation for this? Yes? Okay, here we go. We the people.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have a brief staff report, PowerPoint, primarily to go over the language that's in the draft charter. And this screen was really just kind of a reminder that, so a city charter is equivalent to a constitutional document for the city. And so I think as we go through this process, I just kind of want to re-emphasize the importance of this process in terms of making sure we like the language that's in there. We're thoughtful about all the language that's in there, and we're thoughtful about what we're putting in there, because if it is adopted, then undoing it or changing it is a very difficult process. And so with that intro, we can kind of jump right in. Just as a reminder, there are two types of two types of cities. There's a general law city. That's what we currently are. All of our, we are bound by all the laws of the state, irrespective of whether they're what we call a municipal fair or a matter of statewide concern. Charter cities, by contrast, derive from the California Constitution the ability to self-govern. So any law that is a state law that is about a municipal affair, if the city has a competing law, the city's law prevails. And I just quickly threw out what I think are the list of the Orange County cities with charters. There's about, I think there's 9 currently. There may be one more. Okay, so on the next slide, this is just, I'm going to run through the different provisions of the draft charter. And I want to say the draft charter before you, again, the goal here was to get something in front of you just to start having the conversation. But as is like one of my favorite exercises, Councilmember Whalen called me and showed me various things that we should fix. So we're going to talk about those as we go through here. Always grateful for his keen eye. So every charter has just what the boundaries are. Our existing boundaries will be our boundaries if we become a charter city. The second, Article 2, that's really a lot of the meat. That there's Section 201 that basically says that we reserve for ourselves all the powers of the charter city. So that's kind of the most powerful provision in some ways in this, because we're basically not only declaring ourselves to be a charter city, but we're also saying whatever we can do as a charter city, we reserve for ourselves. That being said, we also list some specific powers that we specifically reserve. That's because some laws require you to identify those specific powers in addition to the general declaration of being a charter city. And so those are in sections 202 to 211 of Article 2. And basically, whatever's not in the charter is vested in the council to control. That there's a provision on ordinances and penalties. I have a little bit more in that below. There's one about intergovernmental relations. There's one about public contracting, public financing, utility franchises, enterprises, economic development, and reductions in mandates limited. They're all short provisions. None of them go into great detail. And I just put a note that we're still evaluating the value of all of these and that they need to expressly be called out. Councilmember Whalen and I, for example, talked about the need to call out intergovernmental relations. Like that's something we do already. So why it specifically has to be in the charter? That being said, most charters have that very specific provision. So I wanted to give an example of how this is going to work. So for example, the government code as a general law city has a section that says fines, penalties, and forfeitures for certain violations can go no more than $1,000 per violation. And so, but as a charter city, you have the right to set your own violations or your own penalties for those violations. So we could add to the charter in our ordinances and penalties section that the city council may determine the maximum amount of any fine, penalty, or forfeiture for violations of a city ordinance or resolution. And then we would say, and then my example here is under state law, the cap for fire, there's actually a $1,000 cap in the government code. And then there's a different health and safety code that says violations for a fireworks ordinance can't exceed $2,000, but in either event, whichever one applies, the city could determine that that amount should be much higher as to be an effective deterrent to a violation of our fireworks ordinance, that you cannot have any kind of firework in the city. And so we would do that not by an amendment to the charter, but by an adoption of a separate ordinance, because we've called out our ability to do that. So next slide, please. Section 3 or Article 3 is really just about saying we have been a general law city. If we become a charter city, everything that's true about us as a general law city in terms of the people that work here, the ordinances on our books, our contracts, our lawsuits, those all move on with us as we become a charter city. Section 4, the form of government. As the city is now, it designates the city as a council manager form of government, and it calls out the different elected officials, and different charters do this differently. For here, we want to clarify certainly that this is a 5-member council subject to 4-year terms, that those terms rotate so that one election is 2 offices up, the next election is 3 offices up. And some other kind of standard provisions. There is a small revision here that I would recommend. There's a few small revisions here for cleanup and consistency about we currently prohibit someone that's on the council from becoming the city manager. I think it's the city manager, but it may be any officer for 1 year after serving on council. In the charter, it says 2 years. So we'd probably just go back to 1 year. There is also, I just left blank the city clerk and the city treasurer. In addition to sort of laying out the terms and et cetera, if this is where, if you wanted, and it's all at your discretion, if you wanted to discuss like qualifications for a position, if you wanted to discuss compensation, whatever, true for both council members and other elected officials, however you'd like to do that, you could also just be silent on it, and your silence would have the effect of letting your municipal code continue to control and as well as state law. Same for city attorney and city manager. Those are just placeholders in there. You could be more specific and say your city attorney must have graduated from law school and be a lawyer for at least 5 years. Again, these are just kind of concepts and ideas for you to consider. And then finally, we have a provision that just ensures that officers and employees currently will continue their job duties and that all the rules that apply to them continue to apply if you switch from a general law city to a charter city. We have 2 provisions, one about the personnel system, just that our existing civil service provisions continue to apply if you switch from a general law city to a charter city. Depending on the other provisions of the charter, this may not be necessary. So we have language about employees and we have language about succession, and we might be able to tie those together. We also have a provision on retirement, and this basically just says, hey, we have all the powers and authorities to work with CalPERS, which is our retirement system that we utilize at the city that we currently have. We are evaluating if the city were to ever terminate a CalPERS, it's CalPERS contract, if there's further language we would need to include in the charter. So we will continue to look at that, and when we come back, we'll have a more specific answer on that. Currently, it lays out the elections for the city. Elections are expressly called out in the Constitution as something a charter city controls. That being said, because the city typically consolidates its elections with the county, there's very little change you would be able to really make that's different from the elections code in any event. And the city of Huntington Beach just recently tried to do this and change the rules for their elections, and they were that they are not going to be able to institute that charter amendment. And then finally, just a couple kind of miscellaneous provisions, definitions, interpretation, how you go about amending it, etc. So that's kind of how the charter is set up now. I spent a lot of time looking at other cities' charters in Orange County to get a sense of how similar. Some are like fairly detailed. Some are there's a couple that I saw that are actually not in Orange County, but in other counties that are like 2 pages. And they seem to reserve, those seem to be old, and we're trying to reserve for themselves the ability to avoid prevailing wage before that law changed. And so they have seemingly little effect outside of that. Newport's, Dave probably can talk about this, they have more provisions. They have a lot more detail in their charter than what we're proposing here. You certainly could do that. I don't think that's really what we're recommending with this process at this point, but there are very detailed charters. Some of them are 20, I mean, even in Orange County, 25, 30 pages long, full of different provisions. So it is to some degree up to you as the council, and if you want to proceed with this, as to the level of detail you want. And that's part of what we wanted to have a conversation with you about, is what do you want this to look like? Now, having a better understanding of what it actually looks like in terms of proceeding, so that you would, if you decide to go forward, what you would present ultimately to the voters. And so if we could switch to, I think this is the last slide. Oh, nope, not quite the last slide. I outlined in the packet some potential policy questions to consider. These are related to, for example, there aren't provisions about how vacancies are filled. So if there's a vacancy on the council, there's a state law provision about how you do that. And so would we just defer to state law, or would you want lots of charters specifically call out the filling of vacancies? Eligibility criteria, compensation for elected officials, those are all things you can put in, you don't have to put in. I didn't make a note here because I think, and this was Dave's point, just to be clear that we know that there's also, obviously there's a competing, or there is currently a term limit initiative that's going forward for the November ballot. Nothing about the charter is going to change that. So if that's adopted, that will still be effective. And I think we wanted to be really clear with everyone that that's not what's happening here. It's not changing any of that. And so if you wanted clarifying language in the charter to explain that to people, you certainly could do that. I think we could also just be very clear about that through this process. We have, for example, with public contracting, some provisions in charters are really detailed about how you're going to change public contracting compared to what the state law requires. We just say we can do that by ordinance, but you could do that in the charter, and you could say, for example, set a higher trigger for what is a public work. You could change, and you could make those changes in the charter. And what that does is it just kind of insulates those decisions from future changes. It's harder if you do it via an ordinance, it's easier to change. If you thought that was so important it needed to go in the charter, that's something to consider now. You can, for example, also change the rules about how ordinances are adopted or how legal noticing occurs. If you wanted to do that, you could include provision like more specific conflict of interest or anti-nepotism provisions. Some charters have that as well. So those are just some ideas of the other things that aren't in the draft that you could think about and include as well. This is really meant to be just a conversation, again, to get feedback. You know, we're looking for feedback tonight. There's some issues I identified we want to look at further. We can look at any further other things you'd like us to look at and come back. And when we come back, I think we'll have a draft that reflects hopefully what you're looking for. And then also Dave will have a financial analysis, because we understand that part of your request when we had the strategic planning meeting was to have a financial analysis for cost savings. And then based on that conversation, then you would kind of have to decide, okay, are we actually going to go forward with this? Or are we going to sit back, wait, take a longer time? For example, if you want more time to really like noodle on all of these issues, we do, as it explains in the memo, like we are sort of compacted in the amount of time we have to move forward. Basically by mid-April, we need to be like finished and ready to go forward with the public process. And so if you want more time, you know, we could talk about that when we come back as well. And I don't know if Dave, if you want to add anything.
I do briefly. I really appreciate the work that Megan's done on this. And as Megan's pointing out too, there's something that the legislature does if I can do this with one hand down, there was two circles before, the circle of general law and circle of charter cities. And the state has pushed those things together so that when it declares something of statewide concern, it takes away a charter city's power. That has certainly continued to increase. So the sliver of things that charter cities can do used to be a half moon, for instance. And so the value of a charter has lessened over time. But I do think there is enough fiscal flexibility in a charter. And again, there's one thing Megan mentioned, the ability to levy higher fines. That is something that our neighbors to the north used a lot to change the fine structure to create a greater deterrence for really bad behavior. And then there's the parking management thing that we've talked about. Only a charter city can contract out parking enforcement, and I know it's something that the citizens here talk about a lot, that we need to do better. And we can do better, but I don't want to add a lot of staff members to do better in that regard. I can, but there's also a scrutiny in the public about, you know, what is our head count. So when I look at this, I think there are more opportunities. I can provide better cost analysis to that, but knowing that what I come back with is going to be fairly general because only when we put things out to bid differently would we know what those actual dollar savings were.
Okay. Oh, go ahead.
So when you were city manager, Newport was a charter city, right?
It's been a charter city for, I think,
Yeah.
100 years.
So are there any, in your view, now that you're working for a general law city, are there anything that you think were problematic about a charter city that you wish you wouldn't have to deal with?
I think the charter in Newport, as Megan mentioned, is very, very detailed. And that's always let me not call it a risk, but a consequence of having a charter is you could have a citizens initiative to amend the charter. And that happened a couple times in my tenure. There was a slow growth measure that was adopted in the charter. I'm not necessarily saying that would be contrary to any of the goals here, but anytime you adopt a charter, it creates an opportunity to have amendments. But I didn't find it constraining.
But that slow growth initiative happened in Costa Mesa, which is a general laws, right? So it's like you still
Yeah,
have that
imagine you could
covered,
adopt it by ordinance, yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So just a clarifying question, because I think that from a transparency perspective, it's important to understand what are our goals here. And I'm not trying to make comments, I'm asking a question. I brought this up at the strategic planning session, but I watched a long agenda item at the Fountain Valley City Council because of our well agreement was on the agenda next. And the problem that they had there is they didn't really know why they wanted to become a charter. And I don't think that anyone would want to just become a charter for the fun of it, you know, even though it's very interesting things that we're talking about. So hypothetically, just to clarify, if our concern was, you know, we want parking enforcement during the summer months where it doesn't really justify paying for someone year round, but we wanted to have more parking enforcement outsourced in the summer months, that could be one item. Two could be procurement. You know, I don't understand the specifics of what the barriers are as a general law city, but, you know, we talked in the past about when we were talking about the promenade, you know, why couldn't we bring in the construction manager earlier and then have them be a part of the procurement process for the bidding? And I think the answer was that there were state requirements that got in the way. You know, that could be number two. And then number three could hypothetically be penalties, and maybe we can get more analysis on what Newport does. We could make it where everything else is basically silent, meaning that we're a general law city for all purposes except for those three, in theory. Is that a fair characterization of what a charter could be? Where we're not changing governance, we're not making any adjustments there, it's just literally focusing on those three specific issues. If that was, and I'm not saying that's what we want to do, I'm just raising that as a hypothetical.
Yeah, you certainly have, like I mentioned, there's some cities that have 2-page charters
Yeah.
and they have almost nothing in them. So you certainly have that ability. I'll say with the caveat that, as Dave noted, subject to amendment.
Yeah.
So a future amendment could change that.
Expand that. Just like if we didn't do this, a future charter could change all this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Megan, when we did the sound ordinance for loud vehicles, were we limited how much that fine could be?
Generally speaking, the answer for a general law city is going to be yes. There's deviation in the amounts based on an infraction versus a misdemeanor, and there's like 3 different ways that we sort of enforce our code, and there's administrative penalties, and we can enforce our ordinances as infractions, or we can enforce them as misdemeanors. They all have different amounts, but generally speaking, those are all, with some exceptions, capped by state law. So yes.
So charter city would allow us to,
Yeah, so a charter city, you have a lot more latitude in terms of what you can do on the setting the penalty amounts, subject to your constraints of your charter.
yeah, it seemed like I remembered at the time that we were restricted as far as how much the penalties could be for those infractions. Any other comments? Questions? Any members of the public like to speak on this matter?
Hi, thank you. So a couple things. And one, I saw the calendar was in your report online, but I didn't see it there, like of the different off ramps, or if there are off ramps. So some of the things you guys have addressed, like why are we doing this? Maybe why haven't we done this before? I'm sure there's some, looking into the past can always be a good reason. I think everybody's on board with, is this just copy and paste and then do the parking? Is that all we're really doing it for? I am generally I'm curious, like, why can't we hire part-time parking? We have part-time lifeguards. Like, do we not have full staff lifeguards year round? I don't know. Like, that would be a question. So if that is one of the reasons that obviously makes sense. It would be nice to see the true cost savings to do this. Obviously, it's going to cost a lot of money to do the charter city. First off, I want to say, like, I think a charter city is a great idea. It's just a matter of the timing. Rushing it. The city has made, not saying you guys, but the city in the past has made mistakes rushing into things, and then it's been sued. So how dangerous could that be for us if we rush into this? So what's the overall timeline, the off-ramps? The cost savings for year 1, 2, when it comes to park rangers and contracting out more staffing instead of hiring more people. So I'd like to hear that or see a cost analysis. If we are able to increase parking fees, can we supersede the Coastal Commission on that? So can't do that. So it sounds like you said, all the things that we think would be a great idea, like, hey, no housing mandates. Hey, any other laws like, the Coastal Commission, it's like, nope, can't do that, can't do that, can't do that. So what can we really do? What is really within our purview of making these changes? It could be super simple, but it could also be super complicated with all the things that we want to add. And then maybe clarifying for the community is how much that could be amended down the road. I'm sure Newport Beach didn't have all their provisions in the 1940s when they started it, and they slowly added. And how complicated could that get down the road if we forgot to add something because we tried to just keep it simple to rush it to the ballot this fall? So I think the fines, it's a great idea. A fine is only as good as it is the cost of breaking the law. We have a lot of people who are breaking the law these days for the internet, and increasing fines to protect our ecosystem, to protect the beaches and the mountain, and the fireworks with causing fires. I think that's really important. But I think overall the biggest concern is the timing. It'd be interesting to know why couldn't we do this earlier, sooner? Now we've got a few months, so we're talking 2 months to kind of organize everything, and then we got to rush it and get it organized, talk to the public, and rush it to a ballot. And so what advantages could there be to delaying this and planning it out over the next, I guess, what would it be, year and a half or almost 2 years? Thank you.
Hi. So I like the proposal. I like the proposal as presented by Mr. Kiff. If we could just do one thing and get flexibility on our parking enforcement so we can surge during the 2 months of the summer and do nothing else, it seems worth it to me just for that. But further, I like it in a general sense because we're a unique community and we need as much flexibility as we can get in a general sense. I'm a little bit confused as to the process here. If you're talking about something like parking, is that something that could be enacted by ordinance later? Or is that something that has to make its way into the document at the outset specifically? Obviously, the general powers would need to be in there. So if we get clarity on that and like what things need to be decided now and what things can be decided by ordinance later, I think that would really help clarify how this would conceptually work and what things we're going to have to discuss for the ballot measure in a short period of time, and what things could be implemented over time on an individual basis as they come up. Because if we have to do everything right now, I must admit it's a pretty short timeline. But if we have decades to refine it and cater to our community, then it's not so bad. And so the only other specific point, there's some talk in here about retirement, and I understand we have a significant retirement burden through CalPERS. I'm concerned about the state's long-term finances in a general sense. I think that we've lost $1.5 trillion worth of wealth out of the state in the last 2 months. And those tech founders are likely to take significant portions of their company with them over time. So specifically in regards to retirement, not making any changes now, but having the flexibility to change down the line should circumstances change, I think could be of tremendous benefit to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just have one question. I understand that, they're both economic and non-economic reasons, but I remember hearing, from a few days ago, the city manager, talking about some of the economic benefits, cost savings, maybe more revenue. And I'm just curious about the order of magnitude. And I think I kind of heard you already touch on the fact you don't have a number, but whether using Newport as an example, but I mean, is it at the margin? I mean, is it a 1% plus or minus? Is it substantial? Is it a 10% budget change that you envision? I'm just trying to figure out how big a factor that is. And I know you'll know more later, but just off the top of your head.
Thank you.
Laura Parisi. I tried to get with Dave and he just didn't have the time to do it. Over the last, I've been with the League of California Cities for about 20 years, so I've worked with both charter and general law cities. And, I wound up just asking ChatGPT, how do the costs compare in charter versus general law cities? And I would recommend you consider this. Cost areas that are often higher in charter cities include areas like executive and elected official compensation, pension and retirement benefits. That's a big cost driver. They often use different pension formulas. 3, legal services and litigation are often underestimated. The costs related to charter cities, to the cost of defending the charter, and other areas related to the charter are often underestimated when you review it. Number 4, election administration is often higher in a charter city. There's more often runoff elections, and when people are challenging the charter, it, like I said, goes to election. 5, contracting and procurement, which is something we were talking about. It could go either way. You might save, it says in ChatGPT, might save money, but in general law cities, you have the strict state rules to follow. There's less exposure with the general law city. And then it also talks about administrative overhead. Charter cities are generally more complex, and complexity has a price. It takes longer, it's more expensive to administer it. So my suggestion to you is to take a look at both the costs that'll increase, as well as the savings that are available, and make sure you evaluate this before you opt to embark on something as complicated as investigating a city charter. Thank you.
Thank you. Other speaker?
Hi, I just wanted to ask some questions. I guess I missed out because I didn't go to the strategic planning committee, and I got a note from Sue wanting to know why I didn't show up. But maybe you answered this question. This has no effect on land use requirements from the state, general plan requirements, housing dictates. None of our planning department issues are affected by this at all. I mean, to me, that's where our problems lie, and that's where the opportunities for more independence would help us. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? No, we'll bring it back to council.
I could chime in. I know Megan will too, on a couple of them, then maybe Megan, you can fill in the gaps. I want to talk a little bit about parking. It's not just about being able to hire more people to do it. I don't think any city, and I'm sorry to use a more blanket statement, is able to keep up with all the changes in parking technology like private companies can. And that was the benefit of the charter city, where you could bring in a private company to do it soup to nuts. And you require them to keep abreast of all the latest technologies too, meaning apps and pay by phone, all the things that we don't struggle to do because we do them eventually. We struggle a little bit, but again, it's an area where I just don't think we can keep up as well. So, and that includes the enforcement. So it's not just bringing on more part-time people. We do hire part-time people in the summertime, but that expansive network of knowledge and technology is something that only charter cities can take advantage of. I'll let Megan comment on Ann's questions about the planning and related planning and general plan kinds of things. To John's question about the percent revenue change, it is hard, as I noted, to calculate. I don't think it's huge. I think it's 2 to 4%, but that can make a big difference. And I'd like to show that as best I can. It does involve changing delivery models in some cases. I don't want to frighten any city employees because we have a good team here, but as hopefully through attrition, we could transition into different models that would protect all the employees that are here and want to stay here, but help us fill some gaps and fill them in a cost-effective way.
Thank you. Just a few more follow-ups. I think we've talked about it before, but on the enforcement issue, the law that's kind of getting in our way is a lot. I'm trying to remember the exact language, but it basically says that a city employee shall affix the ticket to the windshield. And so we are caught by the city employee language, which is where the barrier is created for the contract enforcement, that as a charter city, we think that provision would not apply to us. And so that we can then contract out for parking enforcement. The question about the timeline. So this is just it's intentionally more of a public facing and engaged process than a typical ballot measure. So there's a requirement for 2 public hearings, which is why we're talking about starting in April. Actually, the notice goes out in April. The public hearing would be in May. And that is that timeline, which I have a big caveat that says this is subject to change because we still don't have the dates from the county registrar's office, but that lays out a general timeline. That's on page 8 of the staff report. And then as noted in the last slide of the PowerPoint, we're going to come back here with an updated version for any council comments and the financial analysis. There was a question about for the parking itself, is basically the question is, do we have to do it all now, or can we do this over time by adopting ordinances? And the answer is over time by adopting ordinances. Some things we have to do right now, but a lot of things we can do over time. So if we wanted to write a 30-page charter, we might be a little constrained for time. If we're trying to do a very simple charter, we can probably do it here. And then over time, we'll implement it through adoption of additional ordinances that are for municipal affairs. And then Ann's question about housing, the state, and there's been a lot of litigation through primarily the city of Huntington Beach, but other charter cities too, trying to basically push back on the state and say that these various housing mandates are not applicable to charter cities. They have lost across the board, and Huntington has spent seemingly millions of dollars trying to fight, and they just come back every time with a loss pretty much. So there's not a lot of control that the charter will give to the land use that we don't already have today. It won't act as a barrier to the state mandates that we see on those fronts.
I want to add one more thing to respond to some of the things that Laura brought up with ChatGPT. It is true that I think if ChatGPT is trolling through all of the California cities that have charters, there's a lot of big cities in there that have full-time council members and staffs of the council that could certainly inflate council salaries and cause pension costs overall to go up because you just have more people getting paid higher wages. Many charter cities, certainly, I don't know, I would say most, just tied directly to what general law cities pay for council members and the same thing. So I'd be very cautious about using ChatGPT to assist in any way. to educate in this regard because it's very complex.
Thank you. Other comments? Bob, Hallie, anybody?
You know, I like the idea of it, you know, with this coming back, a couple things. One, that would be helpful. And I don't know if we have anything on the website, you know, currently on this topic or not, but it'd be helpful to get links to the other charters in Orange County, so we could all just easily click on those and look at them. And then there's a few places in the charter here where it talks about references municipal code provisions, like on, you know, the chapter 204 on council and chapter 208 on city manager. It might just, again, be helpful just to have quick links to those so we can all sort of read that in context. But I think generally I'm in agreement with Alex, what Alex said earlier, that, you know, we reserve, it's a broad reservation in section 200, which is basically you're reserving to yourself all the powers of, with respect to municipal affairs under the Constitution. But, you know, you're then, as it goes on later, to say we're really defaulting to general law in substantially all aspects. So I kind of like the idea of reserving all that, but then calling out specifically, like you were saying, Alex, you know, the ones where we know we want to have, you know, power, right? Like some of the examples Dave gave. And then the other ones that we, and I was talking to Megan about this yesterday, if there are other ones that we need to call out, but just in a general way, like, you know, for example, Public Works in 205 and, you know, Economic Development in 209. If there are things we have to call out specifically in the charter, to do it like this in just a general way, and then over time, you adopt the ordinances to flesh these out. So I guess I'm saying I like the minimal approach, you know, reserve the general power, and then the minimal approach that we want to make sure we're calling out, either because we've identified it as something we want to do, or it's something we have to specifically include here in order to provide future flexibility.
Megan, setting the housing accountability laws aside, are there any other effects that we could have on land use through a charter city? Think LCP, general plan, anything, zoning?
I don't, off the top of my head, can't think of any, putting aside the Housing Accountability Act, for example, when SB 9 came out, a bunch of charter cities challenged that law on the basis that it should not apply. It was a home rule issue and that it should not apply. And they actually prevailed. And then the legislature just changed the findings in the law to make it apply on a statewide basis. And so now the legislature, as I think a learning lesson from that lawsuit, they just do that in all their housing laws basically now. So on the housing front, no, I don't think so. It used to be somewhat, and I can't remember, maybe Dave references earlier, somewhat of a trend to put anti-growth measures into charters. That, because of the housing laws, is very difficult to accomplish today as well. There's laws that basically say you can't have moratoriums and changes in land use that effectively prevent the development of the land that don't exist as they are. And so the charter won't achieve that because of the state law that prohibits it. So it's hard to think of a good example today. A decade ago, there would have been a lot.
But you'll come back to us and let us know if there are anything.
Yeah, I mean, I can.
Could we put something in there that the county will pay for all of the costs associated with the maintaining of the beach?
We can certainly look at that.
You want me to go?
Yep.
I'll just summarize my comments. I think my question sort of indicated where I am. I think that we should just keep this as simple as possible. I'm also concerned. I don't want to give us or future councils power to do things that we're not trying to do today, right? I want to be clear about that because we don't know who's going to be up here, and I think that as I see this, it's a very simple thing where I see three categories: parking enforcement, where we want to have surge capacity during the summer, which is directly in response to the quality of life concerns we've heard from residents and we've experienced ourselves. Two, procurement, if there's more creative ways. Again, this is not an attempt to try to pay people less or anything like that, but more just ensure that we are able to follow modern business practices, to procure projects in a smarter way. And then three, penalties. If there's opportunities like Newport Beach has done, where we can have penalties that where the dollar amount more closely aligns with the deterrent impact that we want to have in a smart way. That's what I'd be focused on. I want to make sure that we make this very clear to the community that we're not trying to do anything related to governance, to city employees, to election administration. I have no interest in any of that. I want to just keep this simple and reserve all the other powers of the general law city, but just focus on those are the three things that I think are the key. And I want to be careful that we're not giving ourselves or future councils power to do things in the future that might not align with what the intent of this initiative is. I think that's very important from a transparency perspective and a good governance perspective. So that's what I'd be interested in, is having that come back, and maybe with the penalties, understanding some examples of what that could be. Looking at, I think Newport probably is the best example because they have similar quality of life, beach, city concerns, and just comparing, okay, what's a fee for something in Laguna and what is it in Newport? And then we could even just multiply that by how many times are we assessing that fee in Laguna times, what that rate could be if we were in Newport. That's an easy way to do high level analysis without sending staff down a rabbit hole of trying to figure out the financial impacts. Because I think that's hard to do, as city manager indicated. So I'm interested to hear if my colleagues, have further suggestions, but I'd like to keep it as simple as possible and as transparent as possible, focusing on those three areas.
I really appreciate that, Alex, and I agree with you. I think that those are the three areas that are going to provide a better quality of life for our residents if we can fix those specific spots. And I want to be really clear. Your story about Fountain Valley resonated with me. I want to be really clear why we're doing this and make sure that we're articulating that well to the community and creating a charter that accomplishes that.
And just to quickly add on to that, I know there's sort of like in Costa Mesa, it was meant as an attack on city employees. That was kind of the genesis. That's not what we're trying to do here. I want to make that very clear, but instead responding to quality of life issues. So.
Right. And I think the financial analysis is going to be so critical, Dave, in terms of what it would cost to implement, if anything at all. I'm sure there's going to be some election costs potentially, and then potential savings and revenue generators.
Any other comments?
There's just two other areas. I mean, I agree with the three that Alex has articulated, that I'm familiar with, and I don't know if they have to be called out specifically, but the city attorney can look at this. But Section 206, the public financing, I have seen that utilized by charter cities in ways to just streamline the process, because sometimes the state law and how you're going to implement a particular financing can have a lot of things. One of the examples you talked about, earlier, for example, was, can you do some citywide things for assessment districts and combine them all? And you can do that. You have to adopt an ordinance. But I'd want to make sure, I'd be interested in having the city attorney look at that and see if we need to specifically call that out, but I'd like to retain that power. And then the other one on economic development, sometimes, the state law requires, specific reports and analyses and this kind of thing in order to do economic development, economic assistance. And I think it just creates more flexibility at the local level to say, no, we're going to, we want to support this economic development initiative or that economic development initiative without having to go through lengthy and costly cost benefits analyses and consultants and that kind of thing. So I'd be interested in seeing that fleshed out when it comes back to us as a possible provision to include.
With examples is.
Well, I
when you
mean,
say
maybe an
fleshed out-
example of what, for example, what the flexibility would be that's created that is currently in state law, that a general law city would have to do this, but a charter charter city could do that with respect to economic development.
For
Okay,
example, Mayor, the economic development, if you're going to give an economic development incentive above $100,000, you're required to hold a public hearing, right? You could change the threshold, for example, and you would do that through an ordinance, not through the charter. And the question that Councilmember Whalen's just asking is, do we need to expressly say it in order to reserve that power for us to do that ordinance later?
got it.
I'm not quite sure how to ask this question, but I'm going to give it my best shot. One of the concerns that is raised to me a lot in this community is just about how complicated our code already is. Is it either one of your professional opinions that by becoming a charter city and then having these ordinances that layer on top of that, we are making things more complicated for our residents to understand? Or less?
I think it's about the same. I don't think it's more complicated or less. The underlying complication is in our existing codes for right and wrong reasons, yeah. Yeah, especially if you have a light touch charter like you folks have just talked about.
Yes.
Thank you, Anne Marie.
So Dave, how would you like us to proceed on this? Oh, well, I thought that was your question.
I don't have a question about liquid Jesus. I know. what
You
you're-
used up your time. I'm just joking. Go ahead.
So inflexible, Mayor. Hey, I have a question. So it's a little bit of a sensitive topic, but I wanted to see, so for city treasurer and city clerk, can we put requirements for like position requirements in there? Because the reason I ask is, so anyone can run for clerk, anyone can run for treasurer. And, I just want to make sure that when people are running, first of all, I'd like to have, and I don't know if it even matters because I guess anybody can run for anything. But I would like some, job functions to be in there so people know, hey, this is what the job is. I'm just not going to run for city clerk and then they get elected and they sit down, they know nothing about being a city clerk, but maybe have good name recognition in town. So I just want to have something concrete in there. I also want to have for city treasurer, I want to have the right description for the job. Because once again, you could get somebody running for treasurer who has good name recognition and is a complete train wreck. So, I don't know, that kind of stuff worries me. And you can get that for council too, of course. But
Yeah, except there's 5 of us and I don't know, I often wonder that about Anne Marie in a complimentary way. If somebody would have your position that didn't have the skill set that you have,
But
what happens?
Is
You
that,
can just go talk to Huntington Beach.
What's that?
yeah, Huntington Beach, a perfect
Oh.
example. They have a horrible city clerk, not following the rules.
But they do have qualifications in their charter for their
Well, yeah.
city clerk.
I know, but
What were you going to say, Alex?
I was gonna make a joke, but I'm not gonna make it about trying to stop 24-year-olds from getting elected to city council.
Oh,
Age limits.
now you're
I'm-
talking.
I'm joking.
But
Make sure that their brain's fully
by the
developed.
time you got sworn in, your brain was developed.
No, I think
You ran on an underdeveloped brain and then you got developed.
It's a matter of opinion. Okay, so what do you want from us?
I guess permission to move forward with a furtherance of a draft.
so. Can I make a motion? I would move that we direct staff to come back with a draft that incorporates 3 items that I brought up and the 2 items that Councilmember Whalen brought up, with financial analysis to the extent possible, and also maybe just and a draft that is super simple and just focuses on those 5 items, reserving the rest of the powers to general law, as well as putting to Councilmember Whalen's point, putting the links to other charters on the website, so it's easy for as council members and also community members to access.
And the job descriptions.
And the,
Yeah, for treasurer and city clerk. Or something in there. I want something in there so people know, hey. I mean, if you look at charter cities, there's only one city that has elected treasurers and city clerk, only one. So, but that, which is fine, but I just would like some kind of guidelines in there. Is something wrong with that?
It's your motion.
I don't mind exploring that in a little bit more detail. I'm not comfortable yet saying I want that in the
Oh.
charter.
Okay, yeah, we can explore it. I don't care, but you know my point.
okay, so is there consensus to
Yeah, you can
that,
explore
is
it.
that what I'm seeing heads nodding?
Yeah.
Okay, and then with exploring what that could potentially look like, I guess.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Passes
Aye.
unanimously.
One more thing.
Yep, we have a public hearing.
So is Michelle's coming up, Michelle, the finance director. This is a public hearing about, and it's just amending our fee resolution with a specific, it's just one item in this case, and that is to add our ability to collect merchant fees on our credit card transactions.
So I'm going to impress the city attorney and I'm going to officially open this public hearing and ask for a staff report.
I'm impressed.
How was that impressive? I'm just unclear.
It's a different set of directions for public hearings.
Okay, good evening. This is very brief. I just want to say that I want to start with that the notice for this public hearing was published in the Los Angeles Times edition on January 30th, 2026. So the public was notified. Like City Manager Kiff said, we are coming back in April to do the citywide master fee schedule update we discussed at our strategic planning session. But the city manager wanted me to bring this one item now in an effort to start generating some additional revenue sooner rather than later. And I think one of the council members might have been Mayor Pro Tem Jones, kind of talked about when we talked about our city financial picture, that it feels like we're trying to find pennies in the couch cushions or something like that. And as we're trying to address our financial picture, we're trying to trim expenditures as we're looking at the future budgets, but also identify new revenue streams. So this is one opportunity when we were looking at things that we don't currently charge for and that we're paying for is credit card fees. So moving on to the next slide. So in a nutshell, we are just adding a 2.6% credit card convenience fee to our fee schedule. Citywide, we pay about $600,000 in credit card fees that are fully absorbed between our parking authority fund and our general fund. This is a little bit of a pie chart that kind of shows you where the majority of that is. The majority of that is parking revenue. And about $100,000 is general fund related services, and the other amount is parking related services. So identifying if you would look, I wanted to have a slide that showed all of the different fees. We have two primary merchant providers at the city, Bank of America and Chase Bank. If I wanted to show you a whole list of like the pages and pages of how they charge fees, it's impossible to actually charge the actual cost because the city's merchant providers charge us different fee rates based on what kind of MasterCard you have, what kind of Visa card you have. Is it this rewards plan? Is it not? So the exchange rates are impossible. So the way the fee schedule is presented in Exhibit A is actual costs or 2.6%. That 2.6% is the average fee that we pay on an annual basis if you take how much charges run through our merchant providers and what the cost of the city is. So that is a reasonable cost that we can pass on to our customers. In some instances, our third-party payment providers, they can charge the actual cost to the customer. So they're not running through the city's merchant providers, Bank of America and Chase. For example, the city contracts with HDL for our business license payments. They're the merchant provider for business license payments. So if approved and once in effect, if a city business pays with their credit card to apply for a business license or renew their business license, HDL will charge their actual cost to the customer, and those costs would no longer get deducted from the revenue that HDL passes on to us. So for the extent that the city's payment processing vendors are able to pass on the cost directly to the customers at their level, they will charge whatever their actual fees are, and they will no longer deduct them from the monies coming back. But when they can't do that, then the city will be charging a 2.6% convenience fee. Why do we want to do this? We are wanting to support the city's fiscal sustainability goal. We want to try to recover some costs that we're currently subsidizing at 100%. The funds that, the new revenues that come to the parking authority fund or the general fund will make more revenues available to fund other initiatives. And it is a very commonly wide practice throughout the state of California is charging a credit card convenience fee. So at this time, we're asking the city council to conduct a public hearing for this item and then to approve staff's recommendations. That completes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Do any council members have any questions of staff?
My concern, I think, that I mentioned to the city manager is just making sure that people have options. So it's my understanding that all of our parking stations have an option to pay cash if people would prefer to not pay with a credit card and pay the fee. Am I correct? in
That is correct. And I was speaking with interim community services and transit director Alexis Braun earlier today and even last week, and that is still the option to pay with cash.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, I will open public testimony. Do we have any public testimony? Seeing none, I'll close public testimony. And any other comments? Do we have a motion?
Just want to thank staff for bringing this forward. I mean, it's going to be
That's great.
Great.
I think it's
Thank you.
Good one.
Mr. Mayor, there was an updated version of the resolution that was placed on the dais. So just the motion could reference the amended resolution, please.
I'll move that we adopt the updated resolution that was distributed this evening to council.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Passes unanimously. Okay. Oh, no.
Almost one more thing, Mr. Mayor. Is it possible to bring back consent item A just for a clarification on one piece of that, on one of the committees?
Sure.
Okay. Specifically, it's just on the appointments to the Audit and Investment Advisory Committee. It's both Kemp and Wayland. There's an audit committee and investment advisory. I just wanted to make sure that we were comfortable with that appointment. It used to be Kemp and Renagi on the audit, but now it'll be Kemp.
I don't think I was ever on the audit committee.
Okay. Well, okay.
He aspires to it, but he hasn't been on it
But
yet.
if it's fine the way it is, then we don't need to bring it back for a vote. It's as it was approved. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Gavin.
Okay.
So thorough. Oh,
Do
man.
we have any council requests? Anybody? Meeting adjourned.
Thank you.